standing, and Mr. Orville Fletcher, I would like to ask you to lead us in the pledge.
I will.
At that time. Would you please?
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated.
Thank you, Mr. Fletcher. We could have the video statement, please.
Thank you. This meeting of the Galt City Council is being videotaped in its entirety and will be cablecast without interruption on Metro Cable 14, the Government Affairs channel, on the Comcast and SureWest cable system. Tonight's meeting can be seen on Channel 14 and will also be webcast at www.sacmetrocable.tv this Friday and Saturday mornings at 9 a.m. Tonight's meeting can also be seen via live video streaming on the city's website at www.ci.galt.ca.us. A VHS copy is also available for checkout from any library branch. Members of the audience wishing to address council should fill out a speaker identification form and give it to the clerk. Please speak into the microphone when addressing council and state your name for the record.
Thank you. Agenda approval, additions, and/or deletions. Council members, are there any?
I have none.
None? None?
I have none.
No, sir. How about now? Can you hear me now? Sorry about that. Okay. You don't want me to start over again, do you? Okay. Okay. Okay, any presentations? None? Public comment? If I could have that statement, please.
Sure. Under Government Code, Section 54954.3, members of the audience may address the council on any item of interest to the public or on any agenda item before or during consideration of the item. Please fill out a speaker sheet located on the table inside the entrances to Shibuya Center and forward the speaker sheet to the city clerk prior to addressing the council. We request that you state whether you live within the Galt city limits or the county area. A maximum of 5 minutes is allowed for each speaker. Mike Singleton? This is public comment. This is not public comment for the Walmart public hearing.
Right, thank you. Thanks.
Good evening, City Council and the City of Galt members. My name is Mike Singleton. I live in the City of Galt. And I just got to say, this weekend I had the pleasure of seeing a vision over at Meadowview Park on Sunday. We've had problems with gangs taking over that park. And our people in the Meadowview neighborhood need to be commended. I was figuring there's going to be like 20 or 30 people there, but we had like 150 folks pulled together out of that Meadowview neighborhood. And it just goes to show what a community can do and a neighborhood can do when they get together and want to take something back. They went to Meadowview Park. They had 150 people or so there. There were jump houses, barbecues. We can do this anywhere in our town of Galt. And I think it should be done. Communities need to pull together, get to know one another. Take your barbecues out of your backyard, bring them around the front yard. Get to know your name of your neighbor. You can only do all you can do is just help one another. It's not going to hurt. If you don't like them, you don't have to say hi to them. But you can at least get to know them and know what their habits are. If somebody's stalking the neighborhood, trying to look for whose house they can break into. You all can get together and do that. And it's up to you to do that, to take care of your own little section of the neighborhood. And I want to commend Meadowview. And Mr. Haynes, he was right up there serving in line. I got to give him kudos for that, and thank you so much for being out there and supporting the park there, Mr. Haynes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
A couple questions. Scott Floyd, are you speaking for Walmart or under public comment? Walmart, okay. L. Mount? Walmart, okay. That's all I have for public comment.
You got another one? Okay. We will move into the information consent calendar, and I would ask the city clerk to read those off, please.
Okay, we have 5 items tonight. Number 1, approval of the minutes of the special and regular council meetings of April 6, 2010. Number 2, approval of the City of Galt warrants. Number 3, adoption of ordinance number 2010-05, repealing and readopting Chapter 3.08 of the Galt Municipal Code entitled Claims. And number 4, farmers market approval of the usage of the city's Lincoln Way parking lot, and authorize staff to close the parking lot from 3:30 to 9 p.m. on Thursdays, commencing June 3rd to September 30th. And number 5, resolution authorizing the execution of legal services agreements with the law firms of Myers, Nave, Rebeck, Silver and Wilson, and Chronic, Moscovitz, Tiedemann, and Gerard.
If there's no discussion or items pulled, I'll move the consent agenda.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion or comments? None? Call for the vote.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Roll. By roll.
Yes, we'll do it by roll call vote. I'm sorry.
That's something new that we just started, so.
We'll do this by roll call vote. Vice Mayor Payne? Aye. Councilmember Clare?
Aye.
Councilmember Haynes?
Aye.
Councilmember Meredith?
Aye.
Mayor Shelton?
Aye.
Thank you for reminding me.
Okay. Next item is scheduled matters. Before we get to that, if you would just indulge me, please, and I have a couple of comments, well, several comments, but I would like to set the tone for the meeting. I appreciate everyone being here, and good evening to all of you. Tonight is very important for the community and for all of us. But please, if you can, limit your comments to new information only. This will be a very lengthy meeting, and we want to give everyone a chance to speak that would like to be heard. Please do not repeat comments if at all possible. And if you could, if there's a group of you, if you could, pick a spokesperson, that would really help. As you know, everyone knows this is going to be probably a late night, and I really want to give everyone the opportunity to speak. While you are up speaking at the podium, if you would please, refrain from, if you have a difference of opinion of the person speaking, don't scream, yell, or, yell boo or hiss. And the first time the mayor does that, if you'd all remind me to sit down and be quiet, I'd appreciate it. No, seriously, folks. At that time, what we're doing is the council will not be engaging in any type of debate. Public comment is the time to give you, the public, time to give testimony for the council to hear from you. Council and staff will not be answering questions or engaging in any type of debate at this time. We will take this hearing in sections, which will be of the following: open public hearing, staff report, and there's several of those. The appellants, those individuals that filed appeals, will give a presentation, and we are allowing 15 minutes. Normally we say on a presentation it's 10 minutes, but we've extended that 5 minutes each, so I think that's a nice compromise. The city clerk at that time will announce who will go in what order. We will take public comment, 5 minutes each from each speaker. But, if you get done in, say, 2 or 3 minutes, if you could just let the next speaker, come up to the podium, I'd really appreciate it. After that, we will take a break, probably be about 10 minutes, and then there will be a 5-minute rebuttal. We'll close the hearing, and then we'll go into council comments and hopefully make a decision tonight. So, if we could have the first speaker, please. I'm sorry. See, now one for her and one for me. I will now officially open the public hearing.
Mr. Mayor, do we read the item into the agenda?
Yes, would you please read it?
Okay. Appeal of decision of Planning Commission certifying final environmental impact report, approving conditional use permit, determining compliance with big box ordinance, including but not limited to architectural review, and grant appeal of Community Development Director's notice of decision for Walmart store on 11.26 acre parcel at the southeast corner of Twin Cities Road and Fermoy Way, APN number 148-0074-058.
Okay, we'll have to retract the opening of the meeting because we'll have the staff report first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council, members of the audience. We do have a couple of speakers. Chris Arias, the project manager on this, will be giving a PowerPoint presentation, which is a good overall summary of the project and issues associated with, and a recap of the Planning Commission action back on March 25th. Following Mr. Arias, we will have Paul Miller from OmniMeans. He was a consultant working for the city on the traffic. He'll provide a brief summary on issues associated with traffic to provide clarification for council and the public. Additionally, we will have Luke Saxeber from Brennan and Associates Noise Consultants. He will provide some additional information and bring an update on issues that have been associated with noise and be able to address some of those concerns. Greg Keller with CB Richard Ellis is going to provide a summary review of the fiscal analysis associated with the project as well. Following that, I believe City Attorney Mr. Rudolph has a few comments that he would like to share as well. So that concludes the introduction and how we would like to present the information. And with that, Mr. Arias will start his presentation. Okay.
Thank you. Bear with me one moment when this comes up. Good evening. My name is Chris Arias. I'm an associate planner with the city's Community Development Department. The project you have before you is the Walmart final EIR, CUP, and appeal request. The project site is located at the southeast corner of Twin Cities and Fermoy, and the site is zoned highway commercial. The city adopted a big box ordinance shortly after Walmart submitted its application. Based on the project size of 133,000 square feet, it is subject to the big box requirements. The requirements include no stores greater than 140,000 square feet, specific design and site requirements, requires a community impact analysis, an economic fiscal impact analysis, a crime analysis, and an urban decay analysis, and it also requires a conditional use permit. The proposed project conforms to all of these requirements. It is less than 140,000 square feet and has included the required studies as part of the EIR. The ordinance also requires that the City Architectural Review Committee review the design to ensure conformance with the design criteria. The ARC reviewed the project in February 2010 and made their determination that it conformed to the design elements. It recommended approval to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission in turn agreed with the ARC and determined the project conformed to the requirements. The Commission also approved the CUP. Before the project can be brought to the Planning Commission for the CUP request, the Community Development Director made the determination that the site plan and design conform to code requirements and issued a notice of decision. Walmart appealed the notice of decision on the wording of one of the conditions and asked for a minor revision. Staff agrees with the recommendation. It is included in the Walmart Appeal Staff Report as Exhibit C of Attachment 2. Along with certifying the EIR on March 25th, the Planning Commission approved the CUP with revisions, determined the project conformed with the Big Box Ordinance, and granted the appeal of the Notice of Decision. And the City Clerk has received appeals of the Planning Commission's decision. The design includes customer entrances on both Fermoy and Twin Cities. The proposed store provides adequate parking. It is required to provide a minimum of 503 parking spaces. It is providing 531. The extra spaces allow for flexibility for Walmart to use some parking for a seasonal display area. This area is shown on the west side of the building. The project abuts residential areas to the south and east and has a 60-foot setback on the south and a 90-foot setback on the east. Both setback areas include landscaping. The project has two main vehicle access points, one from Fermoy and one from Twin Cities. The site plan also has pedestrian access points from both Twin Cities and from Fermoy. There are existing bike lanes on Fermoy, and bike lanes will be installed on Twin Cities as part of the project requirements. The project includes a working clock tower plaza at the corner of Twin Cities Road and Fermoy Way. Amenities include a design to match the main building, bench seating, decorative paved areas, lawn area, and a landscape area. Noise abatement includes the construction of 12-foot walls on the east and south property lines, separating the project from the residential areas. Light levels are kept to a minimum. There is no spillover in the nearby residential. This is accomplished by the use of directional cutoff lighting fixtures and light poles less than 18 feet tall. Walmart initially preferred to operate the store 24 hours, but reduced business hours to 5 a.m. to midnight. The Planning Commission further reduced the hours to 6 a.m. to 11 p.m. As mentioned, the project architecture was approved by the ARC. The project design incorporates decorative tower elements, an awning-covered window wall element, an arcade, a column trellis structure, an arch-topped identity wall, and painted decorative fencing. In addition, the project incorporates many environmentally friendly design features. These are detailed in the staff report. The Walmart presentation will go over the project design in more detail. Excuse me. Again, the project was brought to the Planning Commission on March 25th. The Planning Commission certified the EIR amending mitigation measure 5.4-4A. The new language on the measure includes a potential lowering of the proposed 12-foot wall on the east and south property lines. Some residents living on the property line complained that the 12-foot wall was too tall and imposing. The new mitigation measure requires Walmart to do an additional study to see if the wall could be lowered. Walmart has agreed to conduct the additional study. The Planning Commission also approved the CUP modifying Condition 20, which is reducing store business hours to 6 a.m. to 11 p.m. They believe that the hours should match the business hours of the Rayleighs next door. The Planning Commission also added Condition 33, which requires Walmart to install pedestrian safety devices for the crosswalk on Fermoy Way at Young Court and Village Drive. Walmart has agreed to install the site's off-site improvement. The location is shown on the slide. The Planning Commission also determined that the project conformed to the big box ordinance, and it granted the Walmart appeal of the notice of decision. The City Council actions tonight will be to consider the appeal request, consider certification of the EIR, decide on the CUP request, determine conformance with the big box ordinance, and consider the appeal of the notice of decision. Walmart is appealing the Planning Commission action to change store hours from 6 a.m. to 11 p.m. Walmart believes they had already reduced business hours. In response to community feedback, they had dropped the original plan to stay open 24 hours. The Walmart appeal is attachment 5 to the first staff report. The Galt Citizens for Sensible Planning is appealing the certification of the EIR and consequently the approval of the CUP. They believe the environmental document is inadequate and should not have been certified. Their appeal letter is Exhibit A to attachment 1 to the second staff report. The appeal of the certification of the EIR focuses on aspects of the EIR, including traffic, air quality, and noise issues. Staff believes the Walmart EIR is adequate and provides a response to the appeal. It is Exhibit B to Attachment 1. In addition to acting on appeals, the City Council will be asked to make a decision on the conditional use permit. Consistent with the Galt Municipal Code, the Council must make findings to approve the CUP request. The findings include, but are not limited to, conforming to the General Plan and Zoning Code, as well as being suitable for the site and compatible with neighboring uses. The project is consistent with the findings. They are discussed at length in the Planning Commission staff report. A list of conditions in the mitigation program is included in the permit. They are Exhibit A of Attachment 2. The city, acting as a lead agency, formally started the EIR process by delivering the NOP in April of 2008. The city held a scoping meeting to get public input on environmental impacts to be studied in the Walmart EIR. After completion of the technical studies of the environmental impacts, the city released a draft EIR for a 45-day review period for the public to review and comment. The final EIR was circulated on March 15, 2010, and the Planning Commission certified it on March 25th. With an amendment to one of the mitigation measures. Before the council can take action on the CUP, it will need to certify the project EIR. The project EIR focuses on the items listed above. All impacts were reduced to a less than significant level except for cumulative traffic and cumulative aesthetics. All impacts are discussed in detail in the EIR. All mitigation measures are in the mitigation monitoring and reporting program. The final EIR is a combination of the draft EIR, citizen comments, responses to comments, and the mitigation monitoring and reporting program. We will be asking you to certify it this evening. Of the items studied in the EIR, the most common issues directed at staff centered on traffic, crime, and urban decay. The traffic problems tended to focus on the existing traffic congestion at Twin Cities and Highway 99 and cut-through traffic from the project site. The city recognizes an existing problem at the freeway interchange. As a result, an interim solution is the construction of roundabouts. The roundabout design is intended to keep traffic moving through the intersection, and it is viewed as a solution for the Twin Cities and 99 interchange through 2025. The slide shows one of the alternatives that's being considered. This project is currently in the design phase and is expected to be completed in about 3 years. If Walmart is approved and obtains a building permit, it pays its fair share of cost of this improvement. The roundabout project is independent of the Walmart project. Cut-through traffic from the site is also viewed by some as a potential problem. Based on this concern, Walmart engineers placed a raised median or pork chop at the north driveway on Fermoy. It prevents vehicles from turning left and going through the residential areas to the south. In addition, drivers are prevented from turning left out of the south driveway due to the island median on Fermoy and double yellow lines. This driveway is designated as a truck route. With left turns onto Fermoy prohibited, those living in the areas to the south must exit up to Twin Cities and go either to East Stockton or Carillion Boulevard. Another common issue mentioned by citizens includes a fear of increased crime related to the store. According to the police services report in the EIR, Walmart stores generate on average 118 annual calls for police service per 100,000 square feet of store. Based on this figure, the proposed Galt Walmart at 133,000 square feet can be expected to generate 158 calls for service each year. The police report further concluded that the extra calls for service will consume about 32% of one police officer's time per year. The Walmart store will generate more than enough in sales tax to pay for an additional police officer if the city chooses, thus negating the store's impact on crime. Another common issue is that of urban decay brought about by the presence of Walmart. The EIR and the staff report discuss this issue in detail and explain how a Galt Walmart will not result in decay in the city. Essentially, there is not an established retail sector in Galt for Walmart to destroy. National chains and large retailers have already impacted Galt, as most Galt citizens drive to Elk Grove or Lodi to these stores to purchase goods. The actions staff is asking from the City Council tonight are: adopt a resolution denying the appeal by the Galt citizens for sensible planning, adopt a resolution certifying the final environmental impact report in the RADA sheet, approving the mitigation monitoring and reporting program, and adopting CEQA findings and statements of overriding considerations, and adopt a resolution granting the Walmart appeal and approve the Walmart project conditional use permit, determining compliance with the big box ordinance, including but not limited to architecture review, and granting the appeal of the Community Development Director's notice of decision, subject to conditions 1 through 10 as amended. That concludes staff presentation. The EIR consultants have a brief presentation followed by Walmart and a representative from the Galt Citizens for Sensible Planning. After they are finished, staff will be available for questions. But I may want to point out, staff put a couple documents on your table, and one of the environmental consultants will discuss. The one page is basically an amendment to a mitigation measure regarding Swainson's Hawk. The Friends of the Swainson's Hawk felt we weren't clear enough in the mitigation measure, so we agreed to amend the mitigation to specifically point out 11.24 acres, I believe, will be set aside or compensated for foraging habitat loss for Swainson's Hawk. With that, I think we're going to turn it over to traffic.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Good evening, Mayor Shelton, Vice Mayor Payne, and council members. My name is Paul Miller, and I'm a principal at the engineering firm Omni Means. I was the project manager for the Walmart transportation analysis. I'm just going to take a few minutes to go over the overarching analysis that was completed for the project. I'm not going to get into minute details, but the report that we did prepare is a detailed report. Our report is a 242-page document that looks at 4 different development conditions. And a development condition is identified as development that would be anticipated under a short-term condition, which is approved pending projects, and a condition where we take those short-term conditions and we add the Walmart project to it. For long-term conditions, they're referred to as cumulative. We're looking at general plan build-out under year 2030 conditions, and again, the plus project Walmart condition for those development scenarios. Those are 4 different development scenarios. The report specifically looked at the morning peak and the afternoon peak in terms of identifying weekday traffic impacts associated with the project. The vehicular delay estimates, and this is the primary descriptor of impact, was identified at 15 study intersections and roadways. These delay estimates take into account every vehicle that travels through the study intersections, both in the morning and in the afternoon, for each of the 4 development scenarios. And when you look at that, that equates to over 1,500 separate calculations in terms of the project's impacts. Our report provides a detailed project mitigation measure for both the short-term and cumulative condition that are required to adequately mitigate the project's impacts to within the city and state level of service vehicular delay standards. In addition, a detailed 92-page response to comment letter that contains additional technical analysis and additional traffic counts was completed to provide detailed response to comments received during the EIR public review period. No new impacts or changes to our report conclusions were required. While many EIR comments seem to question the validity of our analysis, I can assure you that our methodologies and conclusions meet and exceed all local and state and national standards. Every analysis and conclusion in our report and response to comment is fully supported with in-depth technical engineering calculations. And again, the comments did not change any of our conclusions. And finally, I strongly feel that the transportation impacts associated with the proposed Walmart project have been fully identified, and the appropriate mitigation measures have been included in the EIR that will require the applicant to meet all city and state standards. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, do you have a moment? Question from staff, or from one of the council members?
Mr. Miller, thank you for your comments. I had a question as it pertains to the roundabout that's going to be constructed on Twin Cities Road. Can you just describe in a few sentences what the validity of this project would be if the roundabout was not going to be constructed at Twin Cities and Highway 99? What would the traffic impact be to Twin Cities Road without the
roundabout? It would be significant. As you know, there are significant delays and queuing problems with the existing stop-controlled conditions out at Twin Cities. The roundabout designs provide a significant capacity increase. So we're not talking about just a fewer cars and a few seconds of less delay. We're talking a significant capacity increase with the roundabout project. So it's a significant project.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Brennan and Associates.
Good evening, members of the council, Mr. Mayor. My name is Luke Saxelby. I'm a senior consultant with J.C. Brennan and Associates in Auburn. We conducted the environmental noise assessment, there it goes, for the EIR. I just wanted, I know you've got a lot of things to talk about tonight, so I'll keep it fairly brief. I do want to give you just kind of a brief overview of how we go about doing an assessment for a project like this. And I'll talk about just a couple of the issues that are being brought up or have been brought up in comments that we've responded to. We began the project by doing ambient noise monitoring at the project site, both continuous and short-term noise monitoring at the site and at the nearest sensitive receptors. The next step in evaluating the proposed project after we documented existing ambient noise levels was to visit a similar site. A similar project. We visited the Citrus Heights Walmart store and we collected reference data for truck pass-bys, loading docks, HVAC, mechanical. So we collected all sorts of noise level data to use in our study. Let me pick up my study. This is our EIR study here. You can see it's pretty thick. So all of the data we used and we collected at the Citrus Heights store is what we used to evaluate the potential impacts of the project. And those potential impacts were evaluated relative to the general plan noise element standards. And that evaluation, we're confident that the mitigation measures that were recommended, the 12-foot tall sound walls, we recommended a loading dock noise barrier. We're confident that those mitigation measures are sufficient to reduce the potential impacts to a less than significant level. I just want to address one of the main issues that has been brought up in comments, and that's regarding the truck circulation noise specifically. Obviously, we know there are a number of trucks associated with the proposed project. They will pass within about 35 to 40 feet of property lines. So mitigating that was obviously a prime concern. One of the issues that was brought up in comments is the data that we used to support our analysis. We collected that data in Citrus Heights, and we believe that data is valid, and we responded to that in the comments. I submitted a letter today with some additional data that we went back to Citrus Heights, and we collected data last week that supports the data that we used in the EIR analysis. It actually shows that the data we used in the EIR analysis is conservative by about 1/2 to 3 dB. So I just want to reassure the council that the data that we've used in our study is conservative. It's not accurate. It's actually better than it needs to be, and more conservative. So I don't want to bore you with a lot of technical data, but I just wanted to touch on a couple of the issues. So if there are any questions specifically regarding barriers or mitigation, I'd be happy to answer those.
Comments, council? No? Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
It should be noted for the record that Mr. Saxelby's report, the report we received today, is included in the publicly available staff report that the city clerk has at the front counter.
Actually, it's at the press table if anybody
It is,
here.
okay.
Yeah, so it is available. Greg Keller, CBLS?
Good evening, members of the council and Mr. Mayor. My name is Greg Keller. I'm with CBRE Consulting, or CB Richard Ellis. Our firm conducted the fiscal impact analysis, the economic impact analysis, and the urban decay analysis. And just briefly to highlight what those are, the economic impact analysis focuses on the degree to which the market of the city of Galt, which is the primary market area, and the broader secondary market area can support a store such as a Walmart the project, so the degree of demand versus supply. Second, to the extent there will be potential diverted sales, if there for those diverted sales, to what extent those would contribute to a condition known as urban decay. And then finally, what are the relevant service costs associated with supporting the Walmart versus the new revenues for the city. And in doing this, we've conducted our analysis across a number of retail categories that the Walmart will compete. We use the California Board of Equalization data in doing that. They used 9 retail categories. We looked at the 5 that we felt the Walmart would compete, including apparel, general merchandise, food stores, home furnishings and appliances, and a category known as other retail. And what we found, which other people have alluded to in the Planning Commission hearing, is a large part of Galt's and the broader market area's retail spending leaks to other areas. People go to Lodi, people go to Elk Grove, and in 4 of those 5 categories, there was significant leakage to these other areas. The one exception to that was the food stores category. There are a couple reasons for that. People tend to do their grocery shopping more locally. It also appears that the food stores in the area, the supermarkets, have adapted some of their formats to support these other categories. So they sell a number of general merchandise items, even limited home furnishings and apparel at the Raley's in particular. During the past few weeks, we've received a number of comments from Mr. Copper. We believe we've addressed those in our response to comments, but they fall into about 5 categories. They focused on the food store analysis and saying that we have underestimated the planned Walmart's share of grocery sales. Also that we assume that too much food store spending will occur in the primary market area and the secondary market area. He also highlights that we did some additional analysis due to changing economic conditions, and we've responded to that as well. And generally believes that that we've overestimated food store sales in the city of Galt. And we believe we've responded to all of that, but I'd be happy to answer any questions in particular of those items. Just to tie back in terms of sales impacts, we found that there are retail sales in Galt and the broader market area of about $336 million across all retail categories. Among the categories in which the Walmart competes, it's about $250 million in sales. From that, we found $6.5 million in food store impacts or diverted sales from the food store category.
Questions by council?
Just one briefly. Mr. Keller, CB Ellis, what other types of business do you guys do?
We are a commercial real estate firm. We do property management, we do brokerage, consulting, valuation. Pretty much, we're a full-service real estate service provider.
Do you have any properties here in the city of Galt?
I believe I saw another listing in the city of Galt on my way in today, but I assume that we do.
Will any of them be directly affected by the Walmart project? Benefiting, or
I haven't evaluated that. But our analysis, I haven't talked to brokers with that in mind. Our analysis in our group is completely independent of our brokerage operation.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question, Mayor.
Sure.
Yeah. In your analysis, what's the radius? Is it approximately 70 miles for this business, in which it would draw its customer base?
The radius is, and we have, basically extends. I don't think it's 70 miles. It's north and south is much more limited. I believe it's about a 5-mile radius north and south. Going east and west, it's a rectangular market area for the secondary market area. I think it's about 15 miles one way and possibly up to 25 the other way. In doing that, we looked more closely at where the population is concentrated, and it really is concentrated in that 5-mile radius right around Galt. There is population in the other areas. It's much more sparsely populated. We don't assume that all of that population is going to come here and shop at the Walmart, but they still will go to other areas.
So anything coming out of the foothills, for example, you wouldn't have put that into your calculations?
We might have put that into the where you define as the foothills.
Okay. Let me ask you another question. I'm just curious about something in your analysis. In your first 3 years of revenue, what's the difference between the anticipated revenue in the first year and the increase to the second year and the increase to the third year? Is it percentage-wise, if anything?
What we did for conservatism, we used a 2011 analysis year. So we assumed that the Walmart store would open in 2010 and have a first full year of operations in 2011. For conservatism, we assumed that they would have stabilized sales in 2011. So that already, it appears that we're even more conservative in the sense that the store probably won't be open until 2011.
And what would you say, like, for example, the second year that it's open? Do you
we
anticipate
used
sales to increase by, say, 10%, 25%, 30%?
We used a stabilized sales level for the first full year of operation.
Right.
It would increase by the rate of inflation that's implicit in the analysis.
Okay.
So we don't have a big jump going up over years.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure. Anything else?
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Rudolph? Mr. Rudolph?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Before you got into the hearing this evening, I wanted to just briefly talk to you about two procedural items. The first item that I'd like to talk about briefly is the scope of your authority under the appeal this evening. There are two separate appeals this evening, and in some contexts, appellate bodies are limited to just those items that are mentioned in the appeal. But under the city's municipal code, when a planning commission decision is appealed to the city council, it gives the city council the full range of discretion to that project. So your authority this evening extends to every aspect of the project before you. That includes any of the conditions of approval, whether they're mentioned in the appeal or not. So at the end of the evening, after you hear the testimony, you may reach a decision where you grant the appeal for none of the reasons that are mentioned in the two separate appeals this evening. You could modify a condition that was imposed by the Planning Commission, but is no part of either the Walmart appeal or the appeal filed by Galt citizens for sensible planning. So bottom line is you have a full range of authority as if you were sitting initially in review of this full project. The second item that I want to talk about briefly is your responsibilities under CEQA. You have quite a lot of information this evening. You probably have about 2 binders worth of analysis and technical reports and letters and response to letters, and it's sometimes hard to remember what this document is intended to be in the first instance. And this document is intended to be a tool for you and for the members of the public. It's supposed to be an informational document to inform you and the public of the significant effects of the project and identify ways that those effects can be minimized. The document only needs to be prepared with a sufficient degree of analysis to provide you with information which enables you to make a reasoned and intelligent decision taking into account those environmental consequences. The evaluation of the environmental consequences does not need to be exhaustive. CEQA does not require the city to conduct every test or perform every known study, and it does not require the city to perform all studies demanded by commentators. As I indicated, there's a lot of technical information, and a lot of the technical information has been prepared by experts in particular fields. And the comment letters that are part of the document, in some instances, challenge this technical information. At the end of the evening, the testimony will be conflicting on numerous issues. Disagreement among experts does not make an environmental document inadequate, and there is no need for you to resolve all of these differences in order to reach a decision on this project. I would suggest that there's really three questions that you ought to keep in mind as you hear the testimony this evening. The first question would be, has there been a good faith effort to fully disclose and inform you and the public of the significant environmental effects of the project? The second would be, have the significant effects of the project been mitigated where feasible? And the last one is there information or evidence in the record that supports whatever decision you choose to make this evening? If you can answer these three questions affirmatively, then you will have done your job under CEQA, and your decision this evening will be legally defensible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
Okay, at this point,
Go ahead.
do you want to talk about the time limit?
Yeah, I just wanted to remind everyone, we'll take the public testimony now, and we will, as per our guidelines, we'll give you 5 minutes. But if you do get done earlier, if you would allow the next person to speak.
Mr. Mayor, just...
Oh, I'm sorry. Here, I'm jumping ahead.
Jumping ahead.
I apologize. Next, go ahead. You are going to let us know.
Actually, we're going to start with Walmart. This is the time when the two appellants will come up, starting with Walmart. They will each be given 15 minutes, and they will be timed in order to give their presentation. If you could state your name just for the record.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Angie Stoner, and I'm the Public Affairs Manager for Walmart here in Northern California. I want to start this evening by thanking you for this opportunity to be here tonight to discuss the plans for a proposed Walmart here in Galt. I would like to also introduce our project team that is here with me this evening. First, Miriam Montesinos, who is our Land Use Counsel, our project engineer, Tim Page, and our architect, Mike Salmon. I would also like to appreciate city staff for their efforts on this project. We are optimistic about becoming a part of this community and have worked hard to present a proposal for a store that is specifically planned to meet the goals of the city and serve our customers here in Galt. I would like to also address that we are here this evening based upon an appeal and appreciate the Planning Commission's support of our efforts to build a store on Twin Cities Road. While we respect the request for store hours to be limited from 6 a.m. to 11 p.m., there was no discussion at the hearing as to whether this would be workable on our end. As you're aware, we originally applied for a store that would be open 24 hours a day. We have been working with the community for over 3 years, and as a result of feedback we received from numerous meetings, we agreed to limit our hours of operation to 5 a.m. to midnight. Again, these hours were determined based upon community feedback, along with numerous in-store tasks that must be done at the nighttime hours, such as cleaning, stocking shelves, and cooking. Further restricting our hours of operations, we feel, might decrease our ability to best serve our customers and their needs in this community. As discussed, the EIR has ensured that we adequately address the impact created by our proposed hours of operation. But we also understand that this is a sensitive issue and are happy to further discuss this topic with you this evening. Out of respect for time tonight, I would like to now turn the podium over to our project engineer, Tim Page.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council, planning staff. My name's Tim Page with DSET SGI. We're representing the civil engineering and site issues on the project tonight. And if we can get to the... That's why I had you up here.
Technical difficulty.
Okay, so I'm going to go all over the site plan. Gotcha. This plan that you're looking at tonight is the culmination of over 3 years of collaborative effort between many people in this room, and I don't know if I should just solicit questions, or I could talk to you a little bit about what we're proposing. Basically, we are going to match the geometry of the Rayleighs with respect to Twin Cities. So that frontage improvement will be completed with new curb, gutter, and sidewalk and bike lanes. So it'll conform to the same geometry as the Rayleighs does to the west. As you can see, the access would be on the eastern end of the site. The trucks would come down around the back of the store, offload in the parking, the truck loading area, and then exit in the what we're calling the southernmost driveway off Fermoy. The truck would then go north and then exit back onto to Twin Cities. Currently on the east side of the property is a 6-foot redwood or cedar fence, and currently on the southern side is an 8-foot masonry wall that was installed by the developer before Walmart purchased the project. The site is a little unique in that there's a 20-foot landscape barrier that has a no-build easement that's part of the property. So the actual property is 20 feet, the property line is 20 feet to the south of that wall. It's unusual. I haven't seen that too many times in doing site plans. As a result of the sound mitigation studies, that wall is proposed to being elevated to 12 feet, and the cedar or redwood fence on the east side is also proposed to be a new masonry sound wall at 12 feet. Chris talked a little bit about the aesthetic amenities that we have planned for the corner. There are numerous pedestrian access points through the site. We talked a little bit about traffic. So I'd love to take any questions that you have about the site as it's proposed.
I've got one real quickly. The parking map that we have laid out here on the overhead slide projection, assuming that a huge influx of cars comes in for a big sale like Black Friday or something like that, what do you anticipate to happen with overflow parking?
Well, I have not considered that. We're not proposing any overflow parking. So if every one of those stalls were full, they'd be unable to access the site.
I think they'd find ways to access the site, possibly parking at the shopping center across the street at Rayleigh's. That's a big fear of mine.
Well, I can't really discuss the traffic issues with respect to the motive of each individual driver, because we're really just designing the site and meeting the requirements from the City of Galt's parking requirements for them.
Is that something that's taken into consideration typically when looking at these big supercenter projects?
Well, we try to comply with every single requirement any municipality has to get the site plan approved. And those requirements state that we have to meet a minimum parking requirement, which we've met. The municipalities, in my experience, don't require overflow parking or an analysis of that from a civil standpoint.
Would you say that our parking ratio is comparable to other cities that have Walmart projects already?
Correct. It's very consistent.
Okay.
Mayor,
Do you have any other questions on Vice Mayor Payne? Okay. Vice Mayor Payne, you had a couple of questions?
yes, please. I'm trying to orient myself with your diagram up there. So the heavy line, is that the property line for Walmart or for the people that live the residential area?
Well, let me this line here illustrates the property line on the east side. This line here illustrates the property line to the south. And what's confusing is there's a 20-foot landscape barrier between the property line and the existing masonry wall. So that's why you see a line here, when in reality the entire park stops here.
Where would the residents, where would their property line be in relationship to that?
That is their property, right there. This side, that's their property.
Property line, Greenbelt,
Okay.
We have their property.
Sound Wall,
From the
Greenbelt.
analysis that we've done, they have a minimal lot backyard of about 7 feet. There's a black wrought iron fence. Then there's 20 feet of landscaping, and then it's alternative about landscaping. And then there's an 8-foot masonry wall.
Will that be a 12-foot wall?
Yes, ma'am. That's proposed to meet the mitigation requirements of the sound analysis.
So,
Exactly the same place that it is now.
so what you'll have is a sound wall, possibly a 12-foot sound wall, and a landscape area before you even get to the resident's property line.
Mr. Mayor, if we could have the testimony at the microphone, please. We're not be able to pick it up on the sound system.
Do you have a pointer? Do you have a laser?
I do.
Liz? Liz will give you a laser pointer. I think that might help if you were there.
I had trouble operating it last time.
Okay, at the end,
I think I'm okay now.
Yeah, just push right there.
Yeah, just push there.
Yeah.
There we go, okay. See if I can hold this on there. Okay, so that line that I'm trying to hold straight across there, it represents the black wrought iron fence that's approximately 7 feet from those residences towards the store. The next heavy line that you see is the existing 8-foot wall that's currently there, and that's 20 feet from that property line. Then from the existing 8-foot wall that's there today, it's 40 feet from there to the face of the building. So in summary, it's 60 feet from the face of the building to the existing property line, and then you enter the residence's backyard.
And then Walmart will be responsible for maintaining that landscape area?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
I have a question for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Is it different on the other wall? You're describing the south wall. So is the east wall, that landscaping, is it a little different or is it just like in kind?
The east wall on the, essentially the right-hand side of this site plan?
Yeah, behind the building, yeah.
Right there?
Yeah, is it basically the same?
That's correct. We're proposing 12 feet on both sides, and there will be a landscape buffer
Okay,
on the inside of the site, so to speak.
thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions from council?
No.
None? Thank you.
Please push that down.
I hope I know at the point. You're too shaky. I'm Mike Selman with Perkowitz Ruth Architects, and I'm going to quickly show everybody the pictures of the building. And if I can get through the slides, there goes the truck. Ah. The main challenge that we had for the design of this building is dealing with the big box ordinance, and it was detailed a little bit before. We had to work hard with staff to resolve all the big box ordinance issues and appear before the Architectural Review Committee and have them certify that we had done such. This is a view of the building, main entrance from Twin Cities parking lot area. And as you can see, the architecture detail of the building is really focused down at customer level with shade elements and awnings and nice materials. This is a view basically from Fermoy of the garden center and beyond. And we had to also make sure that we passed the big box ordinance on Fermoy. And here is the clock tower that's been mentioned a couple of times tonight on the corner, and the seating area around the clock tower. Very briefly, I'd like to mention that Walmart is proud of their record in applying sustainable features to their buildings, and this particular building has all the latest sustainable features that they have initiated inside and outside the store. Some of them are listed here on these two slides, and such things as LED lighting and centralized energy management systems. We have had meetings with the neighbors, and we feel like several of the issues were in response to comments that we had with the neighbors. The hours of operation, the property line walls were in response to the neighbors. Traffic mitigations, and the crosswalk at Fermoy, on Fermoy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions from council?
More. The crosswalk on Fermoy, is that the one that the Planning Commission recommended?
I believe it was recommended before the Planning Commission, and do we have a slide on that? But we...
is it lighted? Is it?
It's proposed to be lighted. You want to talk about it, Tim? Yeah, I might go back there. See if we have it.
We made just an aerial representation of it. It's the existing crosswalk that's there now. Oh, okay. So there, we've got a kind of a crude yellow arrow there, but essentially these are lights that are mounted at grade, and you push a button and they blink like strobes. They're not very common. I don't know if you've seen them, but they work very well. So that's one of the things. We had some homeowner concerns that they couldn't get from their homes to the clubhouse, and we feel this is a good solution for that.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, is that all from Walmart? Okay, I would ask Mr. Copper and the citizens, Galt Citizens for Sensible Planning.
Get a minute to read this.
Good evening. My name is William Copper. I represent Galt Citizens for Sensible Planning, Frank Oliver, Rich Vieira, Diane Vieira, Fred Irons, Sandra Merkel, Jeff Fulmer, Shelley Olympus, Sean Benedict, and Annette Benedict. We have submitted for the record some additional comments today that I think are relevant to your decision, and I ask you to take a look at those. Rich Vieira, Diane Vieira, Fred Irons, and Sandra Merkel live in the community south of the Walmart, and Rich and Diane Vieira's property backs up to the Walmart property. Jeff Fulmar, Shelley Olympus, Sean Benedict, and Annette Benedict live on the east side of the Walmart, and their homes all border the Walmart property. Shelley Olympus's house is a two-story house which will overlook the 12-foot concrete wall on the east side of the Walmart property. My clients will be significantly affected by the Walmart project and ask that you reject the project and do not certify the EIR. The City of Galt, recognizing that super discount stores can have an adverse effect on neighborhoods, on the community, and small businesses, is one of the cities in California that passed a big box ordinance to control the impacts of big box stores. Chapter 18.76 of the City of Galt Municipal Code requires the city to complete a community impact analysis to be considered by the Planning Commission before approving a super discount store like the Walmart. The community impact analysis shall analyze the project design and the compatibility of the proposed use with the surrounding neighborhood and the community as a whole. The city completed no study entitled a community impact analysis for the Walmart project that is in any of the documents that I have reviewed, and I believe I have reviewed almost everything. A fair-minded community impact analysis would show that the project is not compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. The neighborhood residents who live on the east side of the Walmart will be severely impacted. They will face a 12-foot concrete wall directly on their property line where they currently have just a normal cedar fence or redwood fence. That wall can't be lowered because it's necessary to control the noise impacts of the Walmart so it will comply with the city noise ordinance. The wall will be about 5 feet from the edge of Shelley Olympus's patio in her backyard. Shelley, as well as the other neighbors that have planted trees on their property line, are going to lose those trees because they will be killed when the foundations are dug for the 12-foot wall, which requires a pretty substantial foundation. I don't believe there's anybody on the city council who would contend that having a 12-foot concrete wall constructed on your property line and your backyard would not be a serious adverse aesthetic impact. Yet the EIR refuses to acknowledge this even as an aesthetic impact. The neighbors have small yards on the east side, so the wall will block their afternoon light in their backyards, and it will create sort of a prison-like environment when they go in their backyard and have to look up at a 12-foot wall, which at the Planning Commission was somewhere up at the A on the California flag. The Walmart will have an adverse impact on property values as planned. Mr. Jeff Fulmer's house was already fell out of escrow when the buyer found out about the Walmart. The lighting impacts will have a profound adverse impact on the people on the east side and the south side. Although the lighting will be shielded so that it doesn't directly shine on the properties will nevertheless be lit up. It's like a carport out in the open sun. So if you're underneath the carport blocks the direct light, but the light comes in around the carport from the surrounding sides. In this case, the lighting of the Walmart will be like the sun, and so their properties will be lit up. The light will come, they will experience light in their bedroom windows and all of those types of impacts. There is no reasonable way that the city can find that there has been a compliance with the big box ordinance as to the compatibility of this project with the neighborhood, the surrounding neighbors. There is no way you can find consistency with General Plan Policy CC 1.2 that requires the project to support neighborhood integrity. This project damages those neighborhoods. The big box ordinance also has its own independent requirement from CEQA for an economic fiscal impact analysis. In that analysis of the potential economic and fiscal impacts of the proposed use is to address both sales tax and impacts on existing businesses in the community. Now, the requirement for a study means an accurate study that provides information based on fact, not a study that is so flawed to favor the project that it provides no information to the city of value that it can rely upon. As you can see in Dr. King's report that I provided to you, the CBRE study is so flawed as to be worthless to the city. The CBRE estimates 2006 food sales for Galt are about $121 million, based on a reported $36 million in taxable sales. There's an assumption that 30% of all food sales are taxable. The 2006 estimate is more than twice the actual food store sales because the taxable sales included the Raley's gas station sales and were also based on an old Board of Equalization classification, which included many non-food stores. Dr. King obtained the 2009 data from the Board of Equalization, which states the current taxable Galt food sales are only about $30 million, 20% less than in 2006. The Raley's gas station was also included in the food store group, and when the Raley's was backed out, then only half of the taxable sales were classified as food store sales. When that correction was made, then the taxable food sales are about $54 million in 2009, less than half of what your study is telling you the food sales are actually in the city. And then CBR assumes that much of the demand for the Walmart will come from increased population growth, but there were only 14 new permits in 2008 and one in 2009. The CBR study fails to account for the Fresh and Easy store to be built as part of the Carelian Corners project. That will be 15,000 square feet. The Fresh and Easy averages $486 in sales per square foot, or about $7.3 million in annual sales. CBR estimates that the annual increase in food sales in Galt will be $2.5 million. So the Fresh and Easy will absorb 3 years of growth in and of itself. Now, the Galt Walmart study by CBRE states that only 31% of all sales of the Walmart will be groceries. The national average is 49%. And for the Orville Walmart, CBRE states that the grocery sales will be 47.3%. So even if the Orville percentage is used, the Walmart grocery sales will increase from 20.7 million to 31.6 million, or 46% of the current food sales in the city. So either the Save Mart or the Raley's will close because there simply isn't enough demand to support all three of these large food stores. And as stated by Jim Holm in the letter that I attached to my documents, the Galt supermarket will close as soon as the Walmart is approved, as he put forward in his letter. So following, I think you have to understand that Walmart is the largest grocery seller in the world. It has twice the volume or more of the next largest chain. Half of its business is selling groceries. And so it's going to close one of the two major stores in Galt and some of the smaller stores. And the CBRE study is too flawed by using the outdated data from 2006 to support a conclusion that these impacts will not occur, and therefore there's no compliance with the city's big box ordinance. As far as the EIR is concerned, it doesn't comply with CEQA either. There's no hydrological study whatsoever as asked for by both the Regional Water Quality Board and as outlined in detail by Professor Mark Grismer, who is a professor of hydrology at UC Davis. There's no consideration of practices to reduce the flow of stormwater from the site. All of it is basically future mitigation as set forth in Condition 16, and that's not permissible under CEQA. The public should have an opportunity to look and the stormwater drainage data, the pollution control data, and the plan so that they can comment. But that's all absent from this EIR. It's all going to be done in the future when there's no longer an opportunity for public comment. The Walmart is also seriously underparked. And the reason for that is that the EIR and the counting of parking fails to take into account the widening of Fermoy. And under the mitigation measures, Fermoy is going to be widened, and it's going to wipe out a substantial number of parking spaces. And the other reason is that the Walmart under the city code is required to have 7 docking spaces, not 4. Other members of the public will talk about that. And so that needs to be added in order to comply with the city code, and there will simply not be enough parking. And the seasonal sales are going to be basically in use half the year, taking up itself 22 parking spaces. So this design, basically the store is too big for the site. There's not enough buffer on the east side, so the people on the east side can be protected. The people on the south side can't be protected, and there's not going to be enough parking as well. So I would ask you to carefully look at those issues. And also the other issue that is not addressed sufficiently is the mitigation. We heard somebody say tonight that the roundabouts are independent of the Walmart project. Well, that's simply not correct, because the Walmart will have a significant adverse impact on the intersection of 99 and Twin Cities Road, and therefore the city is required to consider mitigation measures for that. And the mitigation that is proposed is the 2 roundabouts. But the reason that mitigation is inadequate is because it is not defined in sufficient detail. There's no cost figures for it. There's no fair share. And so there's basically no effective fee program that the roundabouts will ever be built at any reasonable time. In order to have fee-based mitigation, the fees have to be actually directly related to the construction and the improvement, and there's nothing in the documents that show that. And there's also a similar weakness with respect to the widening of Twin Cities, which is also based on the CCIP program, and the improvement of the Twin Cities Road and Fermoy interchange. All those things are not fleshed out in enough detail, and with a showing that the fees will actually provide the improvements so that it is effective mitigation. There are other traffic flaws. One is that there's no accounting for the U-turns. 127 north turn movements predicted at Twin Cities Park Terrace Road will be eliminated, and so those movements would be diverted to the Twin Cities Road, Moringa Road, where there would probably be U-turns, and there's no accounting for those U-turns. As far as the noise, there are issues that are of great concern to the people who live around there. Obviously, if you live close to this project on the east side or the south side, the noise that may be generated by this project is going to be of enormous concern to you. One thing, construction can start at 6 a.m. Some of the construction will include demolition. There's a wall that has to be demolished with jackhammers. Yet there's no sort of mitigation measures or measures at all to protect the people who live around there at 6 a.m. from these types of impacts. The measurements in the back part where there will be loading and unloading are simply too vague to determine whether they are accurate. I can see my time is running out, so I'm not going to move forward on this issue, but I ask that you look at Mr. Pettyjohn's report, who has outlined many of these problems with the noise study in great detail. He's a sound engineer that is well respected in the state of California and throughout the country. Thank you.
I believe there was a question from one of the council members. You want to go back up to the podium, please? Thank you. Councilman Clare.
If I could, growing up as a kid, I watched Perry Mason a lot, and the show usually had an expert from both sides of the event, whatever's being tried, and they almost never agreed with each other. And one psychiatrist said the individual was insane, the other one said they could stand trial, and then some great thing would happen that Perry Mason would come up with, and the half hour would conclude. And tonight, I'm sure is going to be much the same. We pretty much always get experts on both sides of an equation, and they tell us completely different things, and then we try to figure out which is probably most likely. And I know you do this for a living, so I'm sure you see that all the time.
Sure.
They often are wrong. Sometimes they're both wrong.
Sure, that's right. I agree.
Were you around when Rayleigh's was being proposed and the experts told us that Save Mart would close?
I didn't represent anybody in that, and I didn't study those documents. So, you know, obviously people are right or wrong at certain times, and I agree with what your city attorney has said, that, you know, a simple disagreement among experts is not a reason to reject a report. But I think that if information is flatly wrong or out of date, then that is a grounds, at least for the city council, to seek additional information. And in this case, for example, in the CBRE study, when they rely on 2006 data, when the methodology that the Board of Equalization has used has changed since that time, and especially since this study was updated more recently, then that should give the council a clue that it should obtain additional information instead of relying on information that is clearly erroneous.
Sure.
And if we have information
obviously, if I
that...
can save you some of that,
Yeah.
things are going to change tomorrow, next year, the year after that. And I wasn't here at the time, but people tell me when Save Mart was built, they told them that the grocery store that's still behind them would close, much like you just said this one will. My point is that the information often comes to us in expert form, but history doesn't tend to support much of what we hear. What we do hear is the Galt community wants services and tends to support them, and the competition tends to be what the people like because the prices go down. What Save Mart did, and I know the owner of Save Mart and his wife, I grew up with her. What Save Mart did was had ignored the store, quite frankly, for a number of years because there was no competition. Everybody here knows exactly what they did at the threat of competition. They remodeled the store. They put up beautiful murals of the history of Galt. They lowered their prices. I'm just saying the experts have their opinions. The history in our city doesn't support those opinions.
Well, I agree with what you say, that obviously, you know, competition is important, but I think it's also a reality that in many communities where Walmarts have gone in, or there have been Walmart superstores, that there have been a tremendous number of store closures.
This isn't a superstore, correct?
Well, it's a super discount store. It's similar. It's a little bit smaller than some of the superstores. But in cities like Oklahoma City, where Walmart constructed 7 grocery stores and some superstores, I mean, the business was just decimated. And in the city of Stockton, which also passed a big box ordinance, the reason they passed it was because Walmart was threatening to do the same thing in Stockton, and they realized it was just going to close down a whole bunch of business. So while I agree with you, I also disagree with you because Walmarts can have very significant adverse impacts on other businesses.
Sure. I might mention also you stated that no one, I think you said, would imagine wanting to live behind a 12-foot wall, which I'm sure a lot of people don't. I wouldn't. But you may be unaware a group of high-end homes on Cost Road were built, and their walls are 12 to 20 feet high, and those were the first lots sold in the whole subdivision. So there must be some attraction, although I understand the people who live by this one I can understand what.
Yeah, I don't know what the circumstances of that are. You know, frankly, I think that most people, as you and I, would not think that.
I actually like a big wall, so.
Well,
I understand.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
May I go? Okay, at this time we're going to start our public testimony. Everybody heard the timer. We'll set the timer for 5 minutes. I will be calling, and the timer will be pointed toward the podium. So you can watch your time. I'll be calling 3 people up at a time. You can just kind of form a line there so you can be ready to talk when it's your turn. Okay, first we have Pam Williams. After Pam, Kashmir Williams, and then Orville Fletcher. So first, Pam Williams.
Well, I'm not Pam Williams, obviously. But my mom, that's my mom, but she had to go home to take care of my little brother, so I'll read her speech for her. Okay. Although our family does 25% of our shopping on Twin Cities Road and always will, 75% of our shopping needs are brought out of town because Galt doesn't offer all the products and prices we desire. With the high gas prices and amount of time it takes to drive to another town several times a week to shop, it's a hardship on our family. Walmart's coming to Galt means more money in our pockets and more time for our family to spend together. Galt's population has grown to the point where the town's limited job opportunities and lack of diversity of consumer goods makes it much harder for the average Galt family to get by. According to a new article in the Sacramento Bee written by Dale Kasler, California's unemployed are giving up for work even though 32,400 jobs have been created this year. There are more people looking for jobs than there are available job opportunities. Unemployment rates are still rising. According to Walmart, a Walmart built in Galt would bring 300 jobs immediately. In my opinion, for Galt to deny the opportunity for a Walmart store to open here would be distressing and a disservice to this community. Thank you. And now I'll read what I wrote. I'm employed at the Twin Cities Jack in the Box. I believe that building a Walmart will not only increase daily revenue significantly for us, but also for other businesses in the area. Lately, Jack in the Box hasn't been doing as well as it should. Business is so slow, in fact, that I fear we may be shut down. Building Walmart in the proposed location can prevent that. More people coming to the area means more potential customers and more money. If a Walmart is not built, then I fear that we will be shut down and economic problems in this town will only get worse as yet another source of revenue is extinguished. Thank you.
Were you Kashmir? Okay, I just want to make sure I had. Okay, Orville Fletcher, then Dennis Grimes, then Jay Canning.
Good evening, members of council and commission. I didn't bring my violin to play any sad tunes tonight. I could have done it better on the harmonica, but I don't have a sad tune. I saw the resolutions here on the screen, which are proposed for you as a council to adopt, and they make my heart glad, and I sing a glad song as I talk to you. I came here in 1954 as superintendent of the Galt High School District. I served in that capacity for 23 years. Then I worked for the state for a time, came back, started getting interested in council, and I was on your council for 10 years, up to last year I think was about 94. And I've always maintained a high interest in this community, and we have loved it. My 3 children have told me they were so happy to grow up in a small town rather than the big city. but I have also maintained a great interest in what happens in our town. I know when I was on council, we got many requests. Why don't you bring in a store, which luckily happens to be the type that Walmart represents? And one of the ladies put it into my mind, you know, in Galt, I can't even buy a length of elastic. Now, that's mighty small, but the store we're talking about has 1,000 products, and chiefly clothing, shoes, and things like that would attract people. Now, others will say, who are here now, this will cause me to have to close. They don't close. They get more smart, more competitive, and they know how to make business and create it to bring in larger groups of customers. I want to say this. I also live in the senior subdivision behind Rayleigh's store. I've lived there for 8 years, and I know what kind of a place it is. Probably a majority of our folks there do not have a car, but we come in and out. We're south of where the entrance is on the side for Walmart. Instead of going up to highway to the north, we turn south, go 4 blocks, and then 1 block west. We're on East Frontage Road. We can go directly into Galt or up to Sacramento or wherever we wish, and it's an easy way. I've also observed and sat to see how many students go up from across Fermoy to go to the elementary school 3 blocks farther east. It is so few, and it has no value at all as a consideration. Most of them come in automobiles or buses. But we do know there will be an increase in traffic. Our folks, when they do drive, tend to drive in the mornings or to have someone come and get them, and I don't see it as any problem. As I say, I've lived there for 8 years, so I'm very well aware of what happens. We have a couple hundred homes there. Probably the one thing that bothers me is the high wall, but I'm not going to say anything more about that. The one element that I want to leave with you is this. Those of us who have lived here a long time and have entered into the leadership of the city and the area around it know that we have to continue to grow. And you as a council have to be working on a better income each year. You have to be working on also the promise of satisfying people's needs. And I think both of them come together with the Walmart store. They're going to be an asset. I've studied their plan very considerably, and I think that we will all enjoy having them here. I also know, in having talked with some of those who are in Walmart, that they are not a group that are going to hold a deaf ear when you want to talk. They want to be an active part of the community, and they will show it in every way possible. Well, friends, that's just about enough from an old guy who's now, 94 years old. I'm a long way from finished in helping the city, and I'll be doing it as long as I live. And I hope you will take those resolutions that are on the board tonight and adopt them without further delay. It's time to quit talking and get to work. I congratulate you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fletcher.
Okay, we have Dennis Grimes, then Jay Canning, and then Ed Weber.
My name is Dennis Grimes, and I'm a resident of Galt, and I am in opposition of the Walmart at Fermoy and Twin Cities Road. The EIR underestimates the required parking for the Galt Walmart and violates the clear intent of Municipal Code 18.36.2. The code calls for 4.5 parking spaces for a minor shopping center between 100,000 and 350,000 square feet, which in this case is 581 spaces. Walmart is only providing 531 spaces. The planning staff broke out the individual components of the then 133,000 square foot Walmart store to calculate the required parking for this large of a store. By doing so, the store then fell into the category of retail of less than 100,000 square feet, and thus is only required to provide one parking space per 250 square feet. The justification for this method was that they felt that the Walmart store does not meet the definition of a small shopping center, and the total retail square footage then is less than 100,000 square feet if broken into components, even though these components are within the continuous building. This computation method seems to conflict with the clear intent of the Galt Municipal Code. They calculated indoor garden area 5,390 square feet at 1 per 500 square feet, which is 11 parking spaces. Outdoor garden area 6,030 square feet at 1 per 1,500 square feet, which is 4 spaces. Then they broke up the rest of the building with a grocery area of 24,999 square feet, or 1 per 250 square feet, which is 100 parking spaces. Remaining retail at 96,860 square feet, or 1 per 250 square feet, or 388 spaces, which is 503 spaces. If you look at it as to the intent of the ordinance, the outdoor and indoor garden areas were correctly calculated, but the rest of the store is over 125,000 square feet, which should be at 4.5 per 1,000 square feet, or 566 parking spaces, thus a total of 581 spaces. Please deny this use permit to build the Walmart store on this site. It does not fit. Move it to a more suitable site location within Galt. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, next we have Jay Canning, and then Ed Weber, then David John.
Good evening, I'm Jay Canning. I live here in Galt, in the city. First off, I have no problems with competition, and I have no problem with growth in the city. However, I'm here tonight to protest giving Walmart a place in our community. Walmart is not the type of company we should have or we should want or welcome in our community. They are not, despite their rich and slick public relations, a good citizen, a good employer, or a plus to our community. A perfect example of this is their latest television commercial showing one of its truck drivers walking through one of their stores while speaking their sales pitch. In the past, it has been well documented that Walmart, as a company policy, doesn't allow the drivers on the sales floor. In fact, Walmart has not allowed the drivers to even use the store's restrooms. They don't trust them, apparently. We know the company memos that have been published show that showing that when employees start to get seniority, the policy was to fire them or to make them quit. New hires don't need raises for good work performed or benefits promised. We don't even need a planning commission report to tell us that Walmart will attract crime, blight, and more traffic. History has shown where Walmart has entered towns, it's destroyed local businesses. It'll take its profits back to Arkansas instead of multiplying the effect on local economies the local businesses have. It will destroy many of the middle-class jobs and opportunities for future middle-class jobs in this community. I worked in one of those industries at Save Mart as a clerk. I could still own a home here 22 years in Galt, and I had a decent pension. None of that will be true for Walmart employees, maybe their management. Instead of the employees will get low wages, little benefits, which the company will curtail at every opportunity. Is this a benefit our community needs? It's really, if this is really about expanding the tax revenue through the sales tax, maybe the council members' time would be better spent working to change the tax laws and revenue sharing with the state of California. I say no to Walmart and Galt and suggest that we should say no also. Thank you for your time.
Yeah.
Okay, Ed Weber, David John, and Jimmy Hollingsworth.
Good evening. Ed Weber, I'm a resident of Galt over in Emerald Park. Mr. Mayor, City Council, thank you for your time. My question and comments tonight are in regards to the EIR proposal for the Walmart and Galt. And the current proposed location at the corner of Fermoy and Twin Cities Road raises some questions, some issues. For those of us living in the Emerald Park subdivision just to the south of the proposed plan. One of the main issues of concern that I have that is not covered in the EIR and that the Planning Commission failed to consider is the cut-through traffic on Adair and Fermoy, which are residential communities. And as in the earlier presentation, the only mention of the cut-through traffic was the exiting traffic. And unfortunately, people have to get to the store, and that issue was not addressed. And the cut-through traffic that was addressed to E. Young Court, which is about 25 feet from the Walmart property. My concern is the roads that bring the traffic into the proposed development. If Walmart is to serve the community of Galt, the complete community of Galt as proposed, it is assumed that half of the consumers would be coming from the west side of 99. Based on Walmart's projections of 5,633 average daily trips, that would equate to about approximately 2,500 consumers coming from the west side of the town. That raises a couple questions as to the routes that these individuals will be taking to that store, and really there's only two adequate routes. One would be on the frontage road, the east side frontage road, or Highway 99. And if they're to use the east side frontage road, they would exit through Adair and then over onto Fermoy. For those that choose to take the highway, they would exit at the Twin Cities 99 interchange, and as we know, that is a disaster that no one locally is going to spend any time dealing with, let alone once you get through the interchange, you've got to deal with the Rayleigh's traffic. So that brings me back to my biggest concern, is the traffic that would be coming down the frontage road, entering in the residential community of Adair, and then down Fermoy. Locals aren't going to navigate the Twin Cities interchange, so that forces them to come through our neighborhoods. Those neighborhoods weren't designed to handle that type of traffic. None of us want an extra 1,000 to 1,500 cars driving down our streets, our residential community streets. We have a local elementary school right there at down on Canyon Lakes. We've had incremental we've had to have incremental police coverage due to speeders and light rollers or stop sign rollers on Fermoy. We've had in the mornings and in the afternoons, let alone the incremental traffic and problems that we've had on Lake Canyon. Now, you add another 1,000 to 1,500 cars a day on that. What is that going to do to those neighborhoods? What's that going to do to the safety? What's that going to do to the quality of life that we have come to Galt for? Now, I'm not opposed to Walmart. I can't keep my wife out of Walmart. But the location that you're proposing is not good for this community. There are multiple locations available in the city of Galt, industrial locations, that would facilitate what you need, that you tout that you want to be a good partner of the community. Well, part of being a good partner is being a good neighbor. There's a location on the corner of Carillion and Twin Cities Road, which is approximately 2 blocks from where you're at. It's got 4 lanes, north and south. It's got Twin Cities Road. People coming from the west side of town can come straight up Walnut, which can handle the traffic flow. They can then come down Carillion. So that would be one alternative. You wouldn't have the residential homes. The only residence that you have is an apartment complex to the east of that. You've additionally got, between Simmerhorn and C Street, there's a beautiful, beautiful industrial lot on the other side of the freeway that, to me, most of the Walmarts I know want to be right on the freeway. It seems like that would be a perfect location, be an opportunity for the city of Galt to get some infrastructure, partnered up with Walmart support, get some infrastructure on that portion of the city, and it's a win-win for everybody. The way I see this is the first opportunity for Walmart to come to you and ask for your help and us to ask their help. We want the money, absolutely. We need the money. The community needs the money. But we don't need to sell ourselves to this corporation to get a little money for a quick fix. We need to look long-term at our future. And that would be the opposite side of the freeway. It's a perfect location for the west side, the incremental draw that you would get from the flea market, let alone the east side community. That's what we need to be looking at. I ask you to send this back. Walmart, I ask you to reconsider what you're doing. Thank you.
Okay, David, John, Jimmy Hollingsworth, and then Elmer Marito.
Yeah, thanks for letting me come up and talk to you, Council. I've talked to you before about the same topic of Walmart. We need something in this town. I don't care. Walmart's the option today. My wife would like Target, okay? So, but I am for Walmart. I shop there 4 or 5 times a month where I work when I'm on the way home from work to help her with her shopping. They don't have blight. I heard that in the title. I don't want to hear that anymore. I've sought them since '83. There is no blight caused by Walmart. I majored in economics. There's no economic blight near any Walmart. Go to the one on Florin Road and look what they did to Florin. They took the mall and resurrected it. So that's a bunch of whatever. But when you come down to the problem of Galt, you're furloughing people because you don't have enough money. You need to find ways to bring money to the town. It's real simple. You also, I don't think there's 50%, I think it's more than 50% of the things Walmart sells I can't buy here. There are as many things I can't buy in Galt today, and I go other places and I spend most of my money outside of Galt. I know there's a whole bunch of other people who do the same thing, and that's why your sales tax is low. Don't focus on food. Focus on all the other things in that store that bring sales tax. All of them bring sales tax. The last thing is employment. I mean, I'm lucky I'm employed. I love that I get a check. There's a lot of people that don't. Get 300 more people employed. Also, I have family that works for Walmart. I've heard no negative about working for Walmart. So I don't know where I'm getting the stories. I've got people that do work in the pharmacy and work in other parts of the stores. There's no problem with Walmart. Walmart's a pretty good store. It's only got 14,000 stores. They must be doing something right. Okay? So let's just, if you don't like where it is, change it. But I liked it. I liked it on Simmerhorn personally because I live on the west side of Galt. It's easier to get to. But if you're going to have it where it is, I'm going to go do it anyway because I come down from Lincoln where I work. I come all the way down here. I'll just get off on Twin Cities, fight the traffic. I fight enough every day, and I'll go right over and shop at Walmart. But you've got to get it in here because I'm tired of the town where I can't buy what I want to buy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, could I ask everybody when they come up to the podium to state your name for the record? Although I'm calling names out, if you could state your name before you start speaking. We have Jimmy Hollingsworth, Elmer Marito, and Pat Nava.
My name is Jimmy Hollingsworth. I really didn't expect to come here to speak tonight, but I heard a gentleman, I was talking to a gentleman earlier, which made up my mind that I should speak. Not having a Walmart is like saying, are we going to grow in Galt, or are we going to go back and stay in our bedroom community where we send all of our high school students someplace else to work and to other parts of the country? We need something here to keep people here. And it's a no-hitter, you know. Either we want growth or we want to go back to the dark ages, back to the horse and buggy, and that's what it all falls down to. Many years ago, I don't know, most of you probably don't remember or never knew, General Mills wanted to come into this town. Our city fathers did not want them here. Most of the people around didn't want them here. They didn't want growth. They wanted to stay small. That's back when Galt was just on this side of the freeway, or where the freeway is now. There wasn't no freeway. But due to the adding extra taxes and all kinds of difficulties, Lodi give General Mills a chance to go there, so they went there. We lost jobs, we lost future growth, we lost tax money, not only from the things that General Motors, not General Motors, General Mills did. We lost the tax money from the people that lived here that couldn't work there. Some of our people did go there to work. But I hate to see that happen because we have a few people that will be inconvenient. Yes, I feel sorry for them for their inconvenience. But we can't go with that completely. We need this. I voted last time because I didn't really want to, for a little extra sales tax for the city of Galt, so that we could keep our fire department at the level it was, and our police department more or less at the level it was, so it wouldn't fall away like some of the other towns were doing, laying people off. We don't need, if we run Walmart out of the picture for a no growth plan, we would going to end up losing these firemen and the policemen too. We won't have the funds to continue support them. I mean, you only can raise taxes so high before people can't pay it at all. Walmart is usually a handicap-friendly store. A lot of stores around aren't. They, of course, some of the, both Saymart I think has 2 scooters in it, and Rayleigh's has a few scooters in it. They're not always available. If 3 or 4 people come in that needed one, they don't have it available. But handicap accessible is great, and all of our stores aren't here in town. They weren't designed that way when they were built. Some of them weren't, and some of them, if they try to change it, you'll run the people out of business. Everything can't be for the handicap, but as much as possible should be. But all I want you guys to consider when you vote tonight is, are we going to grow or are we going to fall back to horse and buggy days? It's your choice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Elmer Marito, Pat Nava, and Al Baldwin. Mr. Marito, if you could state your name and whether you live within the Galt city limits.
I am Elmer Moretto, and I do live in the city of Galt, and I'm here to express my opposition to the proposed Walmart at the Twin Cities Fermoy site. I have reviewed and am familiar with the draft EIR and final EIR. The proposed project, in my opinion, is not suitable for that site. It would bring significantly increased traffic to a highway and streets which are already overburdened. There is already loud traffic noise day and night along Fermoy, Lake Canyon, and other adjacent streets, as well as vehicles constantly exceeding the posted speed limit. The additional negative traffic impacts and noise would not be mitigated to a less than significant level and should not be imposed on the residents of the existing neighborhoods and businesses. The mitigation measures noted in the EIRs would not be effective in my opinion. The project site should be used for neighborhood retail businesses, not for a regional draw big box store. And in this respect, the draft EIR states what is called a reduced intensity alternative would be the environmentally superior alternative. This is on page 2-8 of the draft EIR. And it also states, and I quote, the reduced intensity alternative would be expected to generate approximately the same revenue as the proposed project, end quote. And this is under the section Urban Decay on page 4-15 of the draft EIR. And relating to sales that would result from retail businesses at the project site, in my opinion, it is speculative to assume that consumers are going to change their shopping habits and produce the sales revenue shown in the EIR. By choice, consumers are going to continue to shop at the out-of-town stores where they want to go to, such as Lowe's, Kmart, Kohl's, Home Depot, Michael's, Joann's, Costco, Trader Joe's, and so forth. Accordingly, I believe that the sales and therefore sales tax revenue shown in the EIR are significantly overstated. And incidentally, as I recall, the projected 2011 revenues from a Walmart would be approximately $67 million. And according to my calculations, this pencils out to about $183,000 a day, assuming the store is open 365 days a year. A very significant amount, and for me, very difficult to believe. I'm aware that the city of Galt, like most California cities, needs significant revenue increases. And these increases are needed sooner rather than later. And I think that proceeding with the Walmart project at the proposed site would result in no sales tax revenue in the foreseeable future if the city and the project become embroiled in protracted litigation. Therefore, I think it makes sense to devote the project site to neighborhood retail businesses that could more quickly begin to bring needed sales tax dollars to Galt. In conclusion, I'm not against a Walmart, only at that site, and I request that action be taken to stop the proposed project at that site. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Pat Nava, Al Baldwin, and then Dolores Calderon.
I'm a shorty, so I gotta move it down some. My name is Pat Nava, and I live within the Galt city limits. I've been in Galt for about 8 years now, and I enjoy small town because I was originally born in the northern part of Maine and was born in a small town and loved the small town type of atmosphere. But in my small town that I was born in is now a very big town and a city, and with all the growth. And so that's why I don't go back to Maine, mainly because of the snow, but that's it. But I still have lots of family there and keep constant reports on everything that's going on. We really do need the Walmart store. Everything I'm wearing, except for my glasses, I ordered online or through a mail order catalog because I cannot buy these items in Galt. And I don't drive that much anymore, although I have a good car and keep it up. I have a mobility scooter, which is a heck of a lot cheaper than driving my car these days, and I prefer to use it, especially on good weather like we've had, except for today and last night. It gets me wherever I need to go within the area over there to Rayleigh's and the dollar store in that area. Now, I do go once a month. I shop at Wenco for my food because it's cheaper. And living on a fixed income, we need to shop where we can get the best prices for our wallets. And even though I still go to Rayleigh's and get their sale items when they've got stuff on sale that I need and want. And but with the Walmart store nearby, I will not have to go to Elk Grove to buy at Wenco. I can keep my money right here in Galt, and I can buy my clothing here in Galt, and all my household items that I need. I won't have to have my son, when he's out running around someplace, stop by and pick up stuff for me and bring it down here to Galt for me, because he lives in Elk Grove. And it's just, I would much rather have my money go into Galt than on the shipping and handling and the taxes that and the interest that I have to pay on my charge cards. I could cut them up and throw them away. And then I won't have to, spend all that extra money. I can spend it at Walmart and have that money into my taxes go here into Galt. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Al Baldwin, Dolores Calderon, and Marlene Reich.
Good evening, Al Baldwin, a concerned citizen of Galt, and it's a community of character, and there's a lot of concerned citizens here tonight, and that's good. There are some miscommunications about Walmart. Does Walmart cost jobs? It is true that there are some workers who had jobs before Walmart came into town, who lose their jobs when Walmart comes to town. They work for a local competitive small store that goes out of business. They lose their job. But it is also true that Walmart creates a lot of jobs. First of all, every new Walmart store employs typically 300 to 350 workers by itself. Research has been done on employment before and after Walmart comes into town. In the majority of cases, there are more jobs in the community after Walmart comes into town than before, and I think you will find this to be true in Galt. Walmart and wages. You don't get rich working at Walmart. A typical Walmart worker, they report the average wage is between $10 and $11 an hour. This may be a little higher in California, and there are a lot of workers that make $8 or $9 an hour. There are others that make $15 an hour. These wages are not out of line with industry standards. The average pay in retail trade is low. Workers tend to be relatively inexperienced. They tend to have relatively low levels of skill on average, and this is very typical for an industry of this kind. Walmart and health benefits. This is what gets a lot of attacks from the labor union, and it is the unions that are leading this attack on Walmart. Make no mistake about it. Health benefits in the industry tend to be relatively low in retail trade. How many workers at Walmart have no health insurance at all? I don't think the number is higher than 10%. A lot of workers at Walmart are on their spouse's health care plan, their parents' health care plan, or they're senior citizens like myself, who are those greeters at the door. I'm not a greeter yet. Some of whom are senior citizens who are on Medicare already. And I just want to tell you, you know, when stores go out of business, everyone says, oh, Walmart put them out of business. Walmart never put them out of business. You put them out of business because you're the customers that shop. Think about that a little bit. Walmart didn't do it. They're just there offering. And if you want that price, and you want good goods, and you want decent service, you're the one that makes that decision, not Walmart. You could bankrupt Walmart if you wanted to, just don't shop there. So you're the ones that control the business in Galt, not Walmart. They're just there to offer it to you. You don't have to buy there, but it's there and it's available for you. You know, I appreciate the time tonight. I hope the council makes a good decision on what's best for Galt. That's been my goal all the time, and I'm sure they will, whatever it is, and appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Al.
Thank you, Al.
Okay, Dolores Calderon, Marlene Reich, and Peggy Hickey. See, next is Dolores. Okay, we'll move on then to Marlene. R-E-I-C-H. Okay, okay. Let's see, how about Peggy? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'm Peggy Hickey, and I live in the county. I'm thrilled at the thought of Walmart coming to town, but I was distressed when I heard that Walmart is eliminating all of their yardage departments in their stores. At the present time, we have to commute 30 miles round trip to a yardage shop, either in Walmart or Joann's, which will continue to be that way if you eliminate your yardage departments. I would hope that you will consider this and help us out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Marie Edwards, then Larry Gaines, and after Mr. Gaines, Kathleen Marito. So next up would be Marie Edwards.
I'm Marie Edwards, and I live in the city. Basically, has been said, but I put my name down and waited, I figured I'd talk. First off, I believe Galt needs the job. Second of all, why should we go to Lodi or Elk Grove and deposit our tax dollars there? And third of all, with the measure our tax just from the tax revenue, they would be able to hire another policeman. Actually, I think they'd be able to hire more than one policeman, because if policemen made $200,000, I don't think it would be so hard to get policemen. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Gaines, then Kathleen Marito, and then Jim Connick.
Hello, I'm Larry Gaines, and I didn't come here to weigh in on either side of this thing, so don't boo me when I tell you that I'm from Stockton. I was asked a year ago, last November, by someone to go count the number of trucks in the docks early in the morning at the East Hammer Lane Walmart in Stockton. And I believe Mr. Copper eventually ended up with some of that data, and it was included in one of his reports. And the people from Walmart apparently challenged that, not believing it and claiming that it wasn't true. So I'm here to tell you that I counted those trucks. I resent the implication that I might have been dishonest about anything, and a sampling of the data. At 5 o'clock in the morning, there were 6 direct store delivery trucks on site. Those are bread, potato chips, soda pop, beer trucks. There were 6 semi-trailers, semi-diesel truck trailers, all located in docks. 5 of them were not hooked up to tractors. 4 of them had refrigeration units that were running. And there were 20 trucks on site. There were another 14 that were parked, taking up about 60 parking spaces. They were the less popular parking spaces alongside the building. And also on site, I was asked to count the number of shipping containers. There were 42 shipping containers up against the back wall. I kind of thought for a second there that I was at the Port of Oakland. During the period from 5 a.m. until 7:15, 16 different trucks arrived or departed. And that's the data. I was there. I counted it. By the way, I happen to like the city of Galt. Years ago, there was a high school friend of mine who wasn't allowed to play football in Lodi because of an eye disability, and the people who were concerned about insurance issues and all that, and Galt stepped up to the challenge and said to hell with the insurance companies and let him play.
Thank you.
Is that Robert Harmon? Is that Robert?
Okay,
Good guy, grew up with
Kathleen
you.
Marito, Jim. Okay. We'll move on then to Jim Connick, then T.J. Hartle, then Tiffany Quayle. Thank you.
Thank you. You can ask her.
Good evening. 1 minute was spent passing out paperwork. My name's Jim Connick. I do live in Galt. We've been here for 6 years now. I live on Corby Circle, which is right off of Fermoy, which is about 5 blocks south of Twin Cities. So good evening, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. Does the EIR show the required number of truck loading spaces as required by Title 18 zone in the zoning ordinance, page 5051, 103 section? No, it does not. The EIR and the draft EIR was approved with only 4 of the code, and the code clearly states that 7 are required for the gross floor area rather than 4, as shown in the southwest corner of the proposed building. Could the vendor delivery area be considered the required 3 more spaces? I say no for the following reasons. One set of vendor doors is proposed 14 feet high by 10 feet wide, and you show a 30-foot wide truck drive on the south side of the building at ground level. It's supposed to have been docking. This should have at least 7 spaces of docking for the semi-truck. Having been raised in a major trucking firm family, I contend that there will not be room for trucks to pass safely in that size driveway with any more than 1 truck unloading at a time. So if they're going to be stacking up trucks on the back drive, That's the south side, unloading through these other doors instead of at the proper docks. It's a safety issue. At ground level, doesn't comply with the size requirements for 3 more loading spaces, 10 feet width, 35.1 feet in length, and overhead clearance 14 feet. The attempt by Walmart to squeeze this size big box store in the allotted space just doesn't work. I conclude my remarks with restating the obvious. Inadequate truck loading unloading space as required in our code. The overloaded traffic on an undivided 2-lane state route, Twin Cities Road. Running the number of large truck units on a city street not designed for the size and weight for all the truck traffic on Permoy Way. And it'd be interesting to get a compaction test on that road to see if it'll support that many heavy trucks. The Galt Muni Code clearly states 80,000 and 90,000 square feet requires 6 loading and unloading spaces, with an additional space required for each additional 100,000 square feet. Why not relocate to a space adequate for this size facility, with roadways designed to handle the truck traffic and additional auto traffic, such as east side of 99 at Simmerhorn or at C Street overcrossing? Please deny the use permit from Walmart at this site. Thank you. Jim Connick.
Thank you.
Okay, next is T.J. Hartle, Tiffany Queel, and then Woody.
Bear with me. Okay, I'm T.J. Hartle. I live in the city limits. In fact, I live in the area of Lake Canyon, Fermoy. We have over 54 units within our complex of Grizzly Hollow. We have over 20 homes within the area. And over 80% of the residents we've spoken with since the last meeting. And out of that 80%, we have gotten 70% to say yes, they're for the Walmart in our area, even though we realize there's going to be problems with the traffic. Over 80%, we have children going to school there, but weighing everything over in that, Walmart is still going to benefit us. It's going to be more beneficial in the long run, and we need the store up there in that area. So I'm speaking for 80 of our residents in the area. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, Tiffany Queel, then Woody, then Dave Dahlgren.
Hello, my name is Tiffany Quill. I live and work in Galt. I'm concerned about the impact on local businesses in our community. A Walmart opening in Galt would negatively impact over 280 employees employed at Ace, CVS, Rite Aid, Save Mart, Galt Super, Raley's, and their families. These are businesses that offer competitive wages and benefits. In Iowa, some small towns lost up to 47% of their retail trade after just 10 years of a Walmart store opening nearby. And this is from Kenneth E. Stone's Impact of the Walmart Phenomenon on Rural Communities. How much tax revenue are we really going to make at Walmart, and at what cost? A study found that opening a single Walmart lowers the wage in retail and for grocery workers by 1.5%. This is from a downward push, the impact of the Walmart stores on retail wages and benefits. In times like these, when there are many, where there may be only one spouse working, this will really hit harder than normal. On average, a full-time Walmart associate, which is 34 hours a week, earns $19,165 a year. This is $2,000 below federal poverty level for a family of 4. This is from HHS Poverty Guidelines, United States Department of Health and Human Services. What kind of jobs will Walmart really bring? I've been told that this Walmart will have 30% in groceries. Why? Anything more than 10% in groceries will cause shift in sales from your local grocery stores to Walmart. This will cause a loss of more jobs designed to support families. Groceries are not taxable. In 2004, estimates by U.S. House Committee on Education and Workforce found that Walmart's low wages cost taxpayers up to $2.5 billion a year in federal public assistance programs. And this is from Everyday Low Wages, the hidden price we all pay for Walmart. I'd like to leave you with a final thought. How many of you remember Walmart's Made in America campaign? In 1992, NBC's Dateline investigated the Made in American campaign and Bring It Home to U.S. campaigns. The investigation uncovered, among other things, that signs hung over products claiming to be made in America were actually made outside the USA. So when Walmart tells me why they won't hurt local businesses and will bring good-paying jobs, I find this hard to swallow. So in closing, I would like to ask this city council, what is your footprint you want to leave behind on Galt? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Woody, Dave Dahlgren, and then Ellen Dambacker.
Well, I'm Woody and I'm from Galt. First of all, I like the building. Number 2, I like Walmart. Number 3, I think we need the money. Number 4, I got a challenge for the young man over there. Where did he get that if you dig up the block wall, the trees are going to die? I'm a horticulturist and an arborist, a landscape contractor, 50 years. I don't know where you got that. Down in Lodi and also in Modesto, we have shopping centers. He was talking about lights going on to people's property. If you put the shield on the light, our wall is 12 foot tall. The trees are way up and so are the lights. It does not go on the property because Modesto made us put the shields on. And also Walmart sells swimming pool stuff, do they not? I welcome the competition because we're under their prices. And we just opened another new store on Freeway 5 and Florin last week. So I welcome them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Woody.
Okay, Dave Dahlgren, Ellen Dombacher, and Sandra Markel.
Good evening. My name is Dave Dahlgren. I'm a resident of Galt going on 18 years. I came here from the big city of San Francisco wanting a quieter place to live, and I have it. And slowly through the years got involved in a few things that interested me here in this town that I've adopted. I should be a fashion, what do you call it, model for Walmart. Everything I got on is Walmart. Now, with what I got on here, the taxes on this, the taxes on this, and the taxes on my trousers, which I won't be able to show you the label. But anyhow, they all went to San Joaquin County instead of here. Okay? I remember when I moved here that there was an empty lot and there was nothing there but a bunch of ramshackle buildings, and it turned into Save Mart Shopping Center. I didn't see anything change around Save Mart Shopping Center except one store decided to leave, and that was Marvell, which is now AutoZone. I am getting tired, kind of, after doing it for 18 years, getting in my car, going 14, 15 miles round trip to get things at Walmart, which I do twice a month, and at the same time, I don't see any change in my shopping habits at Save Mart or Place Nice or any other small business here in Galt. We have waited a long time for this. It's been on the talking stages for a long time. And I think that if we kick this thing in the mouth right now, we won't get a closer chance than we have right now. Please support this project, council members.
Thank you. Thank you, Dave.
Thank you.
Okay, Ellen, then Sandra Markel, and Frank Oliver. Okay, Ellen. Oh, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ellen Dambacher, and I live at 722 Young Court in Galt. And I graduated from Galt High School in 1955, and yes, Mr. Fletcher was my principal when I was a senior in high school. Walmart's request for business hours of 5 a.m. to 12 midnight should be rejected. The DEIR report states, Given the proximity of the proposed Galt Walmart to residential neighborhoods, it would be prudent to implement measures that are aimed at preventing crime and minimizing the potential for criminals and unsavory characters to consider Walmart complex attractive. It also states that a no camping ordinance should be enacted. Such an ordinance would preclude people from camping in the parking lot. RVs cannot be removed from the parking lot during store hours. As long as the store is open, police cannot enforce or require an RV to leave the Walmart parking lot or turn off noisy generators. Walmart cannot accept deliveries before 7 a.m. The big box ordinance limits deliveries to between the hours of 7 a.m. and 10 p.m. Raley's has been an important part of the Galt community since 2003. Their long-established business hours are from 6 a.m. to 11 p.m. Why should Walmart be given a competitive advantage over a long-standing member of our Galt community? I don't think it's really we're not here not to have Walmart. We just want Walmart here at the best time and in the best place. In closing, I would like to read to you a fable with some very good wisdom. I don't want to put you all to sleep. It's getting to be bedtime, but this is a story of wisdom. One cold night, an Arab was sitting inside his tent. Suddenly a camel stuck his nose under the flap of the tent and said, "Master, be good enough to let me put my head inside the tent, for it is cold outside." "Oh, very well," said the Arab. "You may put your head inside my tent." So the camel put his head into the tent. Then in a little while the camel said, "Good master, pray let me put my neck in the tent also. I may catch cold if my head is warm and my neck is so cold." "Very well," replied the Arab, "you may put your head your neck in the tent too." After a little while the camel said again, "Kind master, allow me to put my forelegs in the tent. They take up only a little room and it is uncomfortable standing this way." "Oh, very well," said the Arab. "You may do so." So the Arab moved over to make room for the camel, for the tent was very small. Then in a little while the camel said, "Generous master, permit me to stand all the way inside of the tent. I keep the flap of the tent open, standing this way, and the cold air rushes inside." "Oh, very well then," said the Arab. "You may come all the way inside." Well, the camel crowded his way into the tent, but the tent was too small for both. "I think that there's not enough room for both of us in the tent," said the camel. "Since you are smaller than I, it would be much better if you stood outside." With these words, the camel gave the Arab a little push. And soon the Arab found himself standing outside in the cold, while the camel was inside, enjoying the warmth of his tent. As the Arab stood shivering from the cold, he said to himself, "I can see now that it is much better to stop a bad thing before it gets started." So stop this camel's nose before it continues to push us out. Please do not let them increase their store hours, but reduce the hours further from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. This conforms to the big box ordinance, and it would afford the adjacent residents an opportunity for a good night's rest. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Sandra Markel, Frank Oliver, and then Jeanette Munsell.
Thanks.
You're Sandra, right? Oh, right.
I need to grab yours. No, I'll send this one down.
We'll share. Randy and I. Oh, I always want to grab one for the file. Make sure I have
My name is Sandra Markel, and I live at 729 Young Court. I'm hoping these pictures will give you cause to consider the impact Walmart's going to have on our homes in that area. I noticed that the beautiful slideshow aerial that was shown to you was never really shown you in its entirety, showing the Rayleigh Center and the homes behind it. This is an aerial view to scale of the project. Notice it is more than twice the size of Rayleigh's, the Walmart store. Because of its size, it's jammed onto the back corner of that 11-acre site, way too close to the residential properties. Picture number 2 points out the items that will be directly behind my home. That's my house at the bottom left corner of that picture. There is going to be a bunch of action going on in that corner. Trucks arriving and backing into the loading docks, garden center deliveries, refrigeration running on trailers, forklifts beeping, trash compactor, pallet and bale recycle area, trucks exiting onto Fermoy, blocking the trucks trying to come out of Rayleigh's, and all those trucks holding up all the increased traffic on Fermoy that are either trying to get to the Walmart or just get the hell out of the neighborhood. The environmental impact estimates 16 diesel trips per day. And the highest concentration, by the way, of diesel fuel particulates in the air is at that southwest corner. Pretty scary. If I were a renter, I'd be out of there in a heartbeat, but that happens not to be an option. Picture number 3, that's the pallet and bale area at the new Sam's Club on Calvine Road. Notice that it's located on the walls of their own loading docks. Leanne McFadden at the Planning Commission meeting saw the fallacy and the poor planning with that being located on the perimeter wall directly behind my house. She told them to give us a break and to move it to their own wall. And I ask you again to please at least move that pallet and recycling bale area because of the mess and the noise it's going to be away from the perimeter wall. Picture number 4. This is the pallet and bale area at the new Walmart Florence Center store. Notice the overflow outside the fence pallet area. Look at all that stuff stacked along that perimeter wall. There's pallets with merchandise, box merchandise, milk crates, even boxcar type storage containers. Please don't let that happen behind a residential wall. Pictures 5 and 6, we could not find a 12-foot wall to take pictures of. That's a 10.5-foot wall simulated to be a 12-foot wall with additional blocks and boards. That's an 8-foot ladder in that picture. That is one giant wall to have to look at from our windows and patios on our very small-sized lots. And now, the big question about that wall. The ground slopes from the east to the west along that south perimeter. I assume it's for drainage. I asked Walmart's engineer, Tim Page, if the wall has to be 12-foot minimum to mitigate noise at my west end, how high will it have to be at the east end of the village homes? He said, I have no idea. This existing wall that is there now varies between 7 feet and 10.5 feet. So I ask again, does this mean some of my neighbors will be looking at a 14.5-foot wall at the high east end of that south wall? Nobody has been able to answer that question for me. The city wants revenue money, and there are many Galt citizens that want a Walmart. We get that. We just think that a big box store should have had proper planning of infrastructure in place before it was jammed into a residential neighborhood. Please deny the use permit to build a Walmart on this site. It does not fit. Move it to another site that has a more suitable location. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Frank Oliver, Jeanette Munsell, and Janice, your last name starts with an F, and that's as far as I got. Maybe Faro?
Good evening. My name is Frank Oliver, and I live on 718 Young Court in Emerald Village. You have in front of you a copy of two surveys that were conducted by our local newspaper, the Galt Herald. The first survey was published in the paper on February 24, 2010, and was asking the citizens of Galt for their opinion regarding the building of a Walmart in the city. 38% indicated that it should be at a different location than the proposed Twin Cities Philmore site. 33% did not want Walmart in the city at all, and only 29% indicated that it should be built. A second survey was conducted and published in the Galt Herald on March 31st, 2010, and it asked a very direct question: do you want a Walmart in Galt? The results of that poll indicated 56% did not want Walmart, with 44% responding with a yes vote. In reviewing the results of the above two surveys, the majority of the citizens are indicating a negative response to Walmart being built in Galt. But if it has to happen, then it should be located at a different site. I have also submitted to the City Council petitions signed by more than 1,000 residents requesting that Galt Walmart be located to a more sensible site. The great majority of the signatures were obtained by going from door to door, usually in the evenings or on the weekends. We have signatures from throughout the city and from young and old alike. The opinion of many people signing the petitions was, I am glad someone is doing something about this project. What are they thinking? I would like to see Walmart in Galt, but that is a terrible location. The Galt Herald has continued to infer that the opposition to the Walmart project is coming from a few old, grumpy seniors. That is certainly not the case, as you can judge from the large number of signatures from people living in all parts of the city. You will also notice from the turnout tonight that it does consist of all ages, and would you believe it, we did not have to have a free pizza party to get the people here. I would highly recommend that each council member take the time to review the petitions before making your final vote. This is one of the most important issues you will have to vote on as a council member during your tenure. So hopefully you will get it right. Please deny the use permit to build a Walmart on the recommended site. If it does not fit, move it to another more suitable location in Galt. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, Jeanette, then Janice, then Willis Hines.
Hello, Council. My name is Jeanette Munsell. I have lived in Galt most of my 75 years. In 2002, when I retired as an RN from Kaiser, I bought a home in Emerald Village because I wanted to live in an upscale community that was secure. When I bought my home, I told my lot, I asked about the property that was going to be across the street, across from on Fremery. They told me it was going to be an extension of homes, and the corner lot would be a professional business plaza. Later, much to my horror, I was told that the property was sold to Walmart, and the plaza was on Lincoln Way. We, the homeowners, were really sold out by our developer. Because of the increase in traffic, we will have a difficult time leaving our community by foot and cars. First, we were told we'd have a stoplight, and now they propose a lighted crossing that you can't even see when it's lit up during late daylight hours. Traffic is not going to stop, and residents living in Young Court will have a difficult, dangerous time trying to cross the street to use the recreation facilities in Emerald Park. We know that the city of Galt and many residents want a Walmart because of the convenience of shopping, job opportunities, and tax revenue. Why not build where there'll be no traffic problems, no parking problems, No homes with 12-foot walls, noise and pollution in their backyard, no problem with 24-hour open hours, and a gas station. As Galt grows, so the store will continue to expand. Now there is no way the store can expand and offer services as more people move to Galt and the surrounding areas. There's no space. Jackson is a prime example. They have a beautiful store, no close homes, plenty of place for parking cars and trucks, no traffic problems, and acreage to expand. So why can't Walmart do that for us? Another problem, there are going to be so many appeals that must be addressed and acted upon. It'll take years before the store is built. Galt will be losing money. So Walmart certainly has enough money to build in a different location that would save a lot of money and heartache for everyone. My father, August Paul, was one of the first city council members in Galt after the city was incorporated. I remember some of the frustration. He would come home mumbling and trying to solve problems, concerned to keep everyone happy. So I understand your challenge. Thank you for hearing my concerns. Please consider a better location for Galt Walmart. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Janice and Willis Hines and Deanna Maria.
Good evening. I'm Janice Ferris, and I live at 716 Young Court in Galt. Each of the planning commissioners said that they had a difficult time making the decision to support the Walmart project. Alternate Commissioner Davenport said his only opposition to the project was the size. He also said, quote, Walmart doesn't care about us as a community. They only care about themselves as a corporation, unquote. An honest statement. I wonder if it's because he is an alternate commissioner that he could risk being so honest. He was the only no vote. Sherry DeLay said, quote, we are having growing pains going on, unquote. What a crock. What we don't have is a proper infrastructure to support the traffic Walmart will bring. We are going to cram a 137,000 square foot store in 11.26 acres on a two-lane surface street going into Walmart. This is like okay, I knew I was going to mess up here. This is like a chihuahua trying to give birth to an elephant. Some growing pains. Jimmy Palladini shared his collective concerns about the traffic impact. Jimmy says, quote, he wasn't crazy about where they were going to build a store, unquote. However, he didn't have the moxie to tell Walmart to build on a different spot because, quote, we need the revenue, unquote. Maybe he's afraid to tell Walmart to build on a different spot because they may say no and pull out. Being a fifth generation in the Galt area, one would think that he would be more concerned about the proper planning of his city. McFadden is really concerned about us poor old folks. She wants to see the store hours change and expressed concern about the wall and the pallet area. I wonder if she understood that Walmart would appeal her recommendations. That was a given. Oh, I'll be the good cop, and somebody else on the Planning Commission could be the bad cop. Oh, did I tell you that she works for Mike Guthridge? How convenient. Last but not least, how profound of Mary Lou, to quote the Rolling Stones. How charming. I thought I was in Woodstock for a moment. She also wants the revenue, but like Jimmy, she can't muster up the courage to tell him to build on a different spot. Walmart wants to build on the Twin Cities spot because there is underground utilities in place. I am asking the City Council to search their hearts and do the right things for your constituents and the other citizens of Galt. Thank you.
Thank you.
Willis Hines, Deanna Varia, and Richard Varia.
Thank you.
I'm Willis Hintz. I live on 751 Young Fort in Emerald Village. My comments tonight address two items. The store should be moved to a different site, but if not, then the size of the store should be reduced to 100,000 square feet. This would provide a larger buffer zone to the homes on the east and the south walls of the proposed Walmart. A smaller store of 100,000 square feet has been recommended to the store in Elk Grove. Also, 100,000 square feet is big enough for Jackson. 100,000 square feet is big enough for Galt. 100,000 square feet is big enough for Elk Grove. Why is 100,000 square feet big enough for Galt? Secondly, there is an area between our homes and the fences. We are presently maintaining it because Walmart have not been doing their job. Who's going to make sure it's maintained after the store is built? Is the city? Is the Walmart? We're doing it now. Please notice the pictures of Walmart in Hemet, California. You'll see the pictures there with you. It has a minimum of 100 feet buffer zone from the homes. The pallets and containers are stacked against the store, not along the adjacent homeowner's wall. The area behind this store is gated 24/7. I couldn't walk behind that store during the day. And has cameras and lights directed at the store at all times. Please deny this use permit to build Walmart on this site. Move it to a more suitable location. I have some personal comments to make also. I'd like to conclude with some personal observations. A few years ago, the City Council approved a senior development at the site of Fermoy and the proposed Walmart property. In 2007, the Planning Commission recommended to the City Council that 10% of the floor space should be used for non-taxable items on the big box ordinance. City Council rejected it. They recommended and approved 30% floor space for non-taxable items. I wonder who benefited by that. I guess you'll know, Walmart. Within days of that decision, Walmart purchased that property. What I've observed since then is Walmart is doing the dictating here, not the City Council, and not the people of Galt. They want 133,000 square feet, and City Council will give it to them. I am very pessimistic about this group of people. You approved that senior development, and now you're slamming a big box store against the wall. This store is too large for the site. Those excess trucks are going to be parked 20 feet from my home with their diesels running and their refrigeration units running. This store needs to be put someplace else, not on Twin Cities Road. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Deanna? You're Deanna? Okay. After Deanna, Richard, and then Scott Floyd.
My name is Diane Byra. In the FEIR, there was an answer to a question. It was response 16-8. 16-8. In the comments section, responses to comments, someone asked if there were other places where there were Walmarts adjacent to residences. I didn't ask the question, but I wish I had have. The answer was that there were 6, and it listed them. They listed Citrus Heights, Dixon, Elk Grove, 2 stores in Roseville, and Stockton. I looked them up on the internet. Out of the 6 mentioned, there's only 1 that is actually adjacent, Citrus Heights. It has residential on only one side. The residential is about 100 feet away, and trucks do not run in the setback. They are much better off than we are because the truck route is not behind them like it is in our location. So then I started looking at all the stores around Sacramento on the Google Maps site. I looked at 12 seriously, then after that I didn't keep track. What I found was there is not one single Walmart site that runs trucks next to the residential. The setback area is not designed for trucks. The whole idea of a setback is to protect the homeowners, and if you put trucks in the setback, okay, so you have met the law because there is that setback, but there is no law evidently in Galt about putting the trucks there. And another thing is that they don't measure the distance from our homes to the trucks the way we would, which is to the truck. The way they measure it is to the far side of the truck. I can't quite figure it out, but anyway, they say that, oh, we're wrong in our calculations, that actually the trucks aren't as close as we think. I wanted to say the reason that no other Walmart has the same circumstance is that because it is bad planning, and why our city council does not want better planning, I don't understand. You are setting a precedent. We have all those commercial properties that are coming up. People will buy. The precedent is from now on, if you approve this project, well, those who come to Galt's commercial properties to build will have this crummy standard. You can put trucks in the setback area. Great. Hey, come on over to Galt. Environmental impacts? Don't worry. We'll just put up a 12-foot wall. We know it would be better to move the Walmart somewhere else in town, but darn it all, we need the money and we need it now. Patience? We don't want to wait. Money is much more important than those pesky citizens.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Richard Vira, then Scott Floyd, and L. Mount.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is it on? I don't know. I can't hear myself.
You might move it up just a little bit. There you go.
My name is Rich Bauer, and I'm a resident of the city of Galt. I just want to verify first off what the gentleman from Stockton said about the excess trailers without tractors. I just did a photographic study in the last 16 days, and I can verify by count, that's what's indicated on the spreadsheet, of how many trailers are not there. There's one that are on the parking lot. There's one in the Sam's Club at Calvine that's been there the whole time I was there. So it's been there since Easter Sunday till today. I took its picture again today. I can verify everything I said on that spreadsheet, but I just summed it up for you. But in addition to that, I just turned into Liz a CD with some photographs that I've taken over the last 16 days. They're going to scare you, and I would really ask that you carefully review the CD. I've indexed them, and it's real easy for you to review them. It's by store and by topic. I got one topic, it's trucks and pallets. It shows all the trucks and the non-trucks. So there's a whole bunch of trailers that are just sitting there at different places. They put them on the docks, and they put them in the parking lot. I got another one called about pallets, and boy, you'd be surprised at what the pallets are like. You go down to the backside, they put these nice renderings out here, and they look great, don't they? But you go down to Florence Center, it's a nice looking store on the front side, but if you drive around to the backside on 65th, you see what's really happening. There's stacks of pallets, there's cardboard bales, and I've got all the pictures, you just got to look at them. But since my time is limited, I really want to come down to the real concern. The last 2 weeks, I've been looking at things that are happening in the garden center. The garden center that's proposed for Galt is flawed. And what's going to happen, and what is actually happening in the photographs that will show you, is that it drains to the west. And what happens is that all the debris, when they water the plants, and there's pictures of the debris under the plants, when they water the plants, it goes on the floor, and then it goes out. And that's what happens. There's a sack of fertilizer in one of those pictures with water flowing underneath it. And that was taken, actually, if you look at it, it was taken on April 9th at 2:28 p.m. That's both an inside view and an outside view of what's really happening. Look at all the debris in the outside view that's flowing down. Then you look at the way they take care of the steer manure and the wet dirt on the floor. Look at this one with 4 pictures on it. The bottom right, there's water and debris, and you know what? That's right next to the outside wall. And guess what? I was there yesterday, and the water was running out underneath the wall. And what it does is it flows down to the drain. And look at the picture of the drain. That's what we're bringing to Galt, and that's why they didn't want to put the sewer plan or the drainage plan on the. We're just going to make it compatible. So I really think you need to take time to look at my CD. They're all indexed, and they all are easy for you to do it together as a group before you decide on whether you support this plan. And so, again, I've done a lot of work, and I challenge you to look at it because, believe me, it'll shock you. I've got pictures of trucks. I was there. They've got trucks 3 hours apart where they've actually parked the trailers, the truck and trailer, and they're sleeping. The driver is sleeping. Behind Gottschalk's is a Walmart driver's private bedroom. And you go there, sometimes there's 3 trucks, one between the nursery center and Gottschalk's, and then there's 2 behind Gottschalk's. You go down to Sam's Club, it's the same thing. You go to Florence Center, they're sleeping in the Sears, in the backside of Sears. So that's how Walmart operates. And I really think you need to look at the photographic evidence and the summary in the spreadsheet before you make your decision. I challenge you to take the time to spend together and look at the evidence. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, Scott Floyd, L. Mounts, and Judith Lamari.
Right back.
Okay. Next we'll go to L. Mounts, Judith Lamari, and Shelley Olympia. Okay, Judith, go ahead and.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is Judith Lamar. I'm representing Friends of the Swainson's Hawk. I live at 500 N Street in downtown Sacramento. I'm here tonight to ask you not to certify the final EIR. The impact of this project on Swainson's Hawk, as you probably imagine, is rather small, only 11 acres involved here. But we are here because this EIR is so poor and such a bad precedent that I felt it was really important to be here to speak to the council. The draft EIR was poorly done. We made comments. When the Planning Commission heard the project, we were out of town. We were unable to comment at that time on the final EIR. Now that the appeals are here, it gives us the opportunity to come and speak to you directly about the EIR. Your attorney has said EIR is good if it's done in good faith, if it uses feasible mitigation, and there's information in the record that supports the EIR. I think this EIR fails on those points, and I wouldn't be here tonight in Galt if I thought it was a good EIR. The impacts were not adequately analyzed. We pointed this out in our draft. The staff seems to feel that there's no difference between a couple of nesting sites of Swainson's hawks within 5 miles versus a nesting site across the street from the project and several within a mile. To us, there is a big difference there, and we think that the EIR was flogged by dishonest biology. We requested recirculation. That request was not taken seriously. I think this, to us shows a lack of environmental seriousness and good planning, because if you don't look at the impacts seriously, then you can't really construct the mitigation measures that are going to work. Who does this hurt? Surely it hurts the hawk, but I think it hurts the project proponent if they don't understand that they're potentially coming into a situation where they're going to have construction delays because of impacts on nesting Swainson's hawks. Look, let's face it. This town is in the middle of Swainson's hawk country. This species is threatened in California. One of the big benefits of Galt is that it is home to wildlife. One of the reasons that Galt residents love their town is because they have wildlife. And we hear this all the time from people who live in Galt. They support the protection of the Swainson's hawk. They want the Swainson's hawk conserved. They want mitigation. This EIR did not do justice to the public in Galt or to the council. There was not good faith in that this final EIR actually lied to you. It said, we have incorporated all of the comments by the Department of Fish and Game. And tonight I brought a copy of those comments, outlined the ones that were not complied with, so that I could hand them out to you and demonstrate that this EIR actually just plain dishonest. When I got here, I learned that the staff had agreed to add more to the mitigation measure. By adding the sentence, the project proponent shall submit a letter of approval from CDFG for the mitigation program for Swainson's hawks impacts to the City of Galt prior to the issuance of grading permits, and adding 11.26 acres, the exact acreage expected to be mitigated, then the staff has proposed a solution to this issue that they had not really complied with everything CDFG had asked for. I'm still bringing it up. You know why? Because I think this was a dishonest EIR. I think you've heard a lot from a lot of people about it being pushed through. The location has some problems that aren't being honestly looked at and evaluated, and the council should care about that. There is a big difference between a location, what are you going to do to mitigate for Swainson's hawk impacts of a project? Well, you're going to do one-to-one mitigation because that's what everybody does. But listen, there's a lot more to this than a one-to-one mitigation ratio. I think Kurt knows that because Kurt's involved in the Habitat Conservation Plan development. And let's face it, when we have a habitat conservation plan that we all agree is a good standard for us, and all the cities buy on, we won't be going through these discussions because it will be ministerial. So let's get to that point. Thank you for the time to comment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our last speaker, Shelley Olympius.
Thank you.
Last but not least.
You can hand it to her if you want.
Hi, my name is Shelley Olympius. I'm 762 Foxtrotter. I am the single two-story house that everybody's talking about. I'm the popular one. Well, it's not a popular place to live anymore. I've provided some pictures with you to kind of make it really grassroots with you to understand what this 12-foot wall really does to my backyard. Does this sound like whining? Maybe it is, and I apologize. But when you actually look at these pictures and you understand what we're talking about a 30-year plus resident who has supported Galt all of her life. Daughter's a Galt varsity cheerleader. Yes, I'm the Miss Galt, whatever, that everybody had a fit about last time. I didn't bring my crown. But if you'll notice all of my trees here, you'll notice that when you go to replace this existing wall and you go to put up that 12-foot wall, what is that going to do to the root system? Now, I realize the other gentleman had a different argument, but we have a different argument. When you look at this and the amount of shade it provides, and amount of oxygen it provides, and amount of privacy that it provides, and you're looking at this and you're going, and you're going to replace this with the Folsom Prison wall. Do you want to live there? I don't. I have children that want to play in my backyard with a 12-foot wall. I'm not sure that this is really kind of a kid-friendly look, if you ask me. It doesn't look like a home anymore. It now looks like jail. So if you'll look at the very last page, that is my bedroom window. Lucky me. When you look at that picture, notice and remember that I have room darkening shades. Why is that? Rayleigh's, at this point, involves their light into my bedroom window. I have room darkening shades to try to accommodate that. Are you going to tell me that Walmart is going to make it any better? I'm giving a lot of promises, but I don't have a lot of confidence. I appreciate you listening. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's all the speaker sheets I have.
Okay. I want to thank everyone that came up and spoke. What I'd like to do is just take a 5-minute stretch break if we can, and we'll reconvene in 5 minutes. Can you go ahead and set the clock?
Cold?
It is a little cold.
Where are you going? Right here. I'm stretched out a little bit. I was wondering how close you were.
Mr. Katz? Just talking through. There he is.
My name is Ron Katz. I live in Galt. I was on the other side of town, so I got here really late, but I did catch a lot of comments. I went to the Planning Commission meeting too. No matter where Walmart's builds, I think there will always be objections. And it is hard when you live. I understand that viewpoint, you live close to it and you have objections to it. But I think no matter where they want to build, people are still going to object to it. The other thing I'm thinking about, and there's a lot of things, I mean, you've heard, many, many things, as far as driving out of town, spending money somewhere else. My main concern is, it's my understanding, if it isn't approved at the location that they want, that Walmart's is not going to build anywhere else. So it is an opportunity. We have this chance, to build it there. And so it's like, if you say yes, go ahead and build it. Go ahead and put it there. If the vote is no, then my understanding is that Walmart's will not move anywhere else. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I have no more speaker sheets, and I don't see anybody getting up. Okay, great. At this point, we're going to go into our rebuttal period. There's 5 minutes for each rebuttal, and since we called Walmart up first, Mr. Copper, would you like to come on up?
I think I would like to ask the City Council to focus on the big box ordinance, and especially the requirement in Chapter 18.76. A community impact analysis shall analyze the project's compatibility of the proposed use with the surrounding neighborhood. This was made part of the code to be more so that there would be more stringent requirements in Galt for a big discount superstore like this store. And as you heard the testimony from Mrs. Vieira, that looking at all the other stores in the area, there's no store that has such a great impact on the neighborhood as this store, where they've built a store where they have to have 12-foot sound walls along the backyards of the neighborhoods, where they have the truck traffic going directly along the edges. So in fact, Galt is supposed to have more protection for the neighborhood, and in fact, the city is on the verge of voting for a Walmart that will provide less protection than in any other community. And so the only way that you can comply with the ordinance that you've passed is, one, you should direct the staff to go back and prepare the community impact analysis that was not done, and how this particular project is going to be compatible with the neighborhood, which also can't be done because it's not compatible. There's a traffic issue that was brought up by people of the cut-through traffic and how the traffic will have to go through the neighborhoods, which is not compatible. There's going to be the congestion on both Formoy and Twin Cities that is going to impact the neighborhood. So you have two competing things here, the need for revenue, but the ordinance that the city passed to protect the neighborhood, and I don't believe that you can just throw this ordinance under the truck, as seems to be happening here. And so I would urge you to take a very careful look at that. There is no way that these people around here in the neighborhood, and especially the people adjacent, are not going to be severely impacted by this project. With the pallets right on the back of the store, the beepers on those backup beepers on the forklifts are about 92 to 95 dB. The sound wall will not be that effective. One of the errors
in the noise impact study that was part of the EIR is that the noise impact study did not anticipate how many maneuvers are going to be necessary to maneuver the trucks into those loading docks because the space is so small. And when trucks are maneuvering at slow speed, the vibrations and the sound frequency is much lower. And with low frequency sound, the sound walls are not effective, and as effective as they are with other types of sound. So there's going to be the sound from the maneuvering and the truck wells. Another thing, they assume that all the truck exhaust pipes would be about 8 feet, when in fact usually they're higher than that, 10 to 11. So there's going to be greater sound impacts from higher exhaust pipes than were actually anticipated. And one of the things that was brought out by the architect who looked at this project for us is that there would be sound reflections from the unloading trucks in back of the store against the 20-foot wall that's supposed to guard the area where the truck unloading docks, and then across the wall, and so that there would be sound reflections that would increase the sound impacts. Now, the way that was answered in the EIR was to say, well, at least on the sound wall there would be some split-face rock, which would, or split-face stone that would reduce those reflections. But those types of absorption is only effective for higher frequency sounds, not the low frequency sounds, which bounce off intact, and so that the impact is actually going to be greater than is presumed. So the people who live in back, who are facing the 12-foot to 14-foot wall, have that impact, the visual impact, which is pretty unbelievable for most people to think about. And they have the impact of the sound. So I would ask you to look at the ordinance carefully and find that this just doesn't comply with the big box ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cutler. Okay, Ms. Stoner? Oh. Okay.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Miriam Montesinos. I am from Shepherd Mullen. We are the land use council for Walmart, and I am from San Francisco. I wanted to start off by the community impact analysis that Mr. Copper raised. In fact, if you look at the code, that is required, but it's not required to be a standalone analysis. It can be incorporated into the environmental document that is prepared for the project, as the code expressly states, and that is exactly what was done here. The analysis is incorporated into the land use analysis and into the urban decay analysis, both of which contain discussions as to why the proposed use is compatible and appropriate for Galt at this location. Those analyses, and I'll switch now to the EIR in and of themselves, are very adequate analysis. I want to harken back a little bit to what the city attorney said at the beginning and just give you a couple points about EIRs and what is required for adequate EIRs. An EIR is only an informational document. The purpose of the EIR is to inform decision makers and the public of the potential significant environmental effects of a project. Perfection is not required of an EIR. It's just required to provide a complete and a good faith effort at full disclosure. And that is exactly what your staff and your consultants have worked hard for. I think we're into year 3 or 4 of this project to provide to the public. With that said, regarding the economic study that was prepared, it's a little hard to address it. I'm sure the economic consultant will get up and give some more detailed responses. But I do want to point out that Dr. King is a very well-known consultant. He has submitted opposition reports throughout California only against Walmart projects, never in favor, not surprisingly, all of which have concluded, not surprisingly, doom and gloom will occur as soon as the Walmart store opens. Yet not once has Dr. King submitted a follow-up report to his economic analysis showing that indeed doom and gloom did occur. And I can only imagine that is because, to the contrary, after the stores have opened, most cities have experienced positive impacts as a result, including the city of Stockton, where they did speak at one point about how once that supercenter opened, they experienced a lot of positive impacts around that neighborhood, and it just brought a lot of vibrancy back. So I just take some issue, not from an expert perspective, but just from having been through this in the past with that economic analysis by Dr. Kane being adequate, or at least more adequate and accurate than what our economic consultant has provided to the city. Copper, and sorry to rush through this, but he also talks about the off-site alternative not being feasible and not enough information being provided about why it's not feasible. And indeed, throughout the process, we have talked about how Walmart doesn't own the site, how there's not adequate infrastructure for that Simmerhorn site, how the city has pointed out that to go over there would actually promote sprawl versus to focus on infill development. So I think there's enough reasons to show why that site is not a feasible alternative for this project. Going on to, he brings up the issue of storage containers on the site. Walmart is not proposing storage containers on the site. Should they ever do so, as staff has noted, we'd need to get a minor use permit. At that point in time, we would have to show how the impacts of what those storage containers are, how we meet all the code requirements, et cetera. Again, it's not an issue on the table. I don't think we should waste a lot of time talking about it. Parking and loading, staff can address in a lot more detail, but we do meet the parking and loading requirements. We are proposing some cart corrals and some seasonal storage areas. People can differ as to how staff reaches their conclusions on the parking, but staff is the expert. Staff is the one that has the authority and the history in terms of interpreting the code and how the parking requirements should be applied. Lastly, just going back to the big box ordinance, I do think staff has thoroughly documented in the staff reports, the Architectural Review Committee, and to the Planning Commission, and also to you all, that we do meet all the guidelines and all the requirements of the big box ordinance. I feel, have done a very good job, and staff has gone above and beyond in ensuring that all the comments that people have submitted, all the mitigations they've proposed, all the alternatives have been considered and then either accepted as the mitigation that was taken for this license hawk, or if not, explain as to why it was rejected. So with that, I will close, and Angie Stoner of Walmart and the rest of the team are still here should anybody have any questions.
No questions?
Thank you.
I have some questions from Ms. Stoner if we've reached that time.
Actually, did you wish to hear from staff at this point, or did you want to take that question? Did you want to do that?
They were going to add.
And then we're going to let representatives of Walmart come up and answer a few questions after that.
Well, I guess
Then we'll
you
go
could
to
do that now if
council.
you'd like. It's up to you. It's up to council.
How about this? How about we let staff, and then we'll go to council, and you can ask questions first. if you'd
Okay.
like. How's that?
At this time, I would like to have the
May I close the public hearing first?
certainly.
Thank you. I'll just use. Thank you.
At this time, staff would like to have the city's consultants address a couple of the concerns that were raised. I'd like to start with Mr. Paul Miller with Omni Means. There were a number of traffic issues raised, and I think Paul has a few comments to make in response to Mr. Copper's comments.
Thank you, Kurt. I'd like to start with the verbal comments that Mr. Copper made very much earlier in the evening. This had to do with the fact that the roundabouts were independent of the Walmart. Yes, they are. They are independent, and I'll explain a little bit further. That no fair share was part of the mitigation for the roundabout, and that also is not correct. The widening of Twin Cities and the improvement of the 99 Twin Cities interchange to construct the roundabouts is part of the priority TCIP projects within the city. The Walmart will be paying their TCIP fees, and those fees will go towards the construction of the roundabout and the widening of Twin Cities between 99 and Carilion. So in response to the fact that the project is not paying appropriate fees and that the roundabout is independent of the Walmart, that is incorrect. I will then go to the 9-page letter that was submitted this evening. This letter is from the engineering firm MRO. Just generally, the comments here are of a very critical nature of minute details of the analysis. They don't indicate significant problems with the analysis. We've spent so much time on this analysis. We've responded to a 16-page letter by MRO. So just to characterize as I'm going through here, I'm not seeing anything, honestly, that is significantly different than the earlier comments and or that would call into question the validity of our analysis. The first comment had to do with obsolete traffic volume data. Actually, as we were looking through this, we believe that MRO is incorrect and took two different data points, a short-term no project and a short-term plus project, and we're comparing the two. If you read that first part, it's rather confusing. The next comment had to do with the use of unsuitable traffic data. This had to do with the use of Thursday data. We went back out. The earlier comment had to do with the flea market and the fact that it occurs on a Tuesday and Wednesday. We took counts on both Tuesdays and Thursdays because of the availability of the days to take the counts. We also took 24-hour, week-long counts and indicate the validity of using the Thursday data along with the Tuesday and Wednesday data. There's not a significant variation in the volumes on Twin Cities for those days. The next issue had to do with the standard of significance. This has to do with the language in the guidelines for Caltrans indicating that level of service is identified as the cusp between C and D. We analyzed this with level of service D. That is consistent with the city's level of service policy, and Caltrans has not commented to the contrary in terms of use of level of service C. We see this quite often. Third was the use of the peak hour factor. This has to do with a standard factor that is used, and MRO is calling into question the use of the highway capacity manual. We disagree, and we believe we used the correct factor. The next issue, also on page 4, deals with the same peak hour factor, this on the freeway. Peak hour factor is basically that if traffic volumes are very low, you can have periods of time where there's no volume on the road, so you actually increase the volumes to account for areas of delay. We're using a high peak hour factor, which does not increase volumes for the cumulative condition on State Route 99, typically, or basically because the volumes have doubled by that time. There are some sections that are a little bit less crowded, but in general, we feel that a peak hour factor of 1 is appropriate for those calculations. On page 5, there is calling into question, and this has been repetitive, of the use of the regression equation. The regression equation is basically the attempt by the Institute of Traffic Engineers to move away from a standard average rate because of the understanding that shopping centers, the shopping center rate varies by size. Smaller shopping centers have a higher rate, larger shopping centers have a lower rate. The ITE manual uses a regression equation when there's more than 20 data points. We're using the regression equation. MRO is calling into question the use of the regression equation, but they're not indicating that there are more than 20 data points. This is page 6. Analysis period. This has to do with the fact that we went back out under the previous set of comment letters. There was a question on the fact that Saturday was the critical peak, and we went out and took Saturday counts. This is calling into question that because there was the President's Day, that everybody in Galt a majority of people in Galt were on vacation, and there was not an influx of tourism to offset that. I've never seen that argument before, and I do not think that it is valid. The final, before it gets into the parking, which I believe Chris will handle, has to do with inconsistencies on some of the tables. Without having the time to go through it, there might be some typos, but generally it is not a significant comment that would call into question the validity of the report. And then 9 is, two more before it gets to the parking. The MRO calls into question the fact that we did not take into account the U-turn restrictions with the closure of the left turn access at Park Terrace. Yes, we did. In using the software, we added it into the left turn data set. He also calls into question whether or not the software can adequately determine the effects of the U-turn. Yes, it can, and it's valid. Cut through traffic, this has to do with the fact that people or individuals, the vehicles leaving the site would not be precluded from taking a left with the use of the pork chop island, which I disagree because I think that it would work. And that concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Greg, could you give a brief report as well?
I'm commenting on the study from Dr. King, which was given to us earlier tonight. I'm referring to his memo to William Copper, dated April 16th. He lists a number of points, 1 through roughly 6, highlighting what his concerns about the economic impact analysis. Many of these concerns we've seen before and responded to before, but I'll go over them in detail since I didn't do that earlier. In his first point, he believes that the food store sales were underestimated, and he cites the Board of Equalization categories and the fact that between 2006 and 2007, the food store sales went down. He later says, he has a footnote in there saying 2006 and 2007 sales are not comparable. The BOE has been going through a process of reclassifying food store sales. It's a continual process. It started in 2007. It's continuing up until 2009. We've talked to them and they've said year to year is not necessarily comparable. So what we've done in our analysis is picked a year, stuck with it. If we started the analysis today, we would pick another year and stick with it. We typically pick the most recent full year of sales that are available to us, and those are usually published a year after the fact, which is why we use the 2006 data. A second component of this argument is that food store sales, we've been told by the BOE, are roughly 70% non-taxable. So the BOE publishes taxable sales. We do adjust those upward to contain taxable and non-taxable sales. They've given us that advice in 2006 and 2007, recently in February. So even though they're changing, they are resorting some of the categories. One of the elements of this is trying to get gas stations or mini-marts that sell gas out of the food stores category. Another element is shifting liquor stores and food and beverage stores that do more liquor out of the other retail category and into food sales. But regardless, we believe we've picked a year, been consistent with it, and a lot of Dr. King's critique of that year is based on comparing non-like years. His second point is about the housing crisis and the fact that there have not been that many new permits issued for housing, and as a result, we should not be seeing population growth as we've put in our study. We've looked at the government data sources, 2006 to 2009. There's been considerable population growth, despite all that we've gone through with the recession and the housing crisis. 2005 to 2000, in our report we had information, I think 2005 to 2010, but growth has been 1.5% a year population-wise. 2006 to 2009, growth and this is the City of Galt, figures provided by the State Department of Finance. Growth has been 1.6% a year in population. He also refers to, this is in point 3, a supplemental report, and both Mr. Copper and Dr. King refer to it as a supplemental report that we prepared subsequent to our economic impact analysis. Our supplemental report was a memorandum saying we've looked at other conditions, we see that there are a lot of checks and balances going on, and we don't think that our findings are going to be changed. We estimated relatively low impacts in terms of food sales. We were seeing that population trends were continuing. We were seeing that development was slowing so that there wouldn't be as much competition from cumulative projects, such that we didn't think that our findings would change. We did not go back and do a full economic impact analysis, as he suggests, and we did not go back and look at new potential cumulative projects. He cites a fresh and easy site, which is opening, or which he claims is opening, and that happened in sometime in 2008. And my opinion is, I've been out to that site. I don't see any construction going on there. The time frame of our analysis was 2011. What I've heard is there's not a lot of development going on right now. I don't think that fresh and easy is going to be there in 2011, personally, but I'd have to do some more research on that. Number 4 is the percentage of grocery sales that we use. He alludes to the fact that we spent 6 pages answering that in detail in our prior response to comments. And I think it's not an apples-to-apples comparison to look at a 2009 10K report versus a 2007 10K report from Walmart. One of the main differences, the average store size, I think somebody alluded to earlier, this is not a supercenter. This is a hybrid store. It's a 130,000 square foot store. The store he compares this to is a 200,000 square foot store. Go ahead.
Just briefly, what is your definition of a superstore?
My definition is from the Walmart annual report, and I believe it's defined as a store that can provides a full line of groceries. They have 3 formats in the Walmart stores. It's the Walmart U.S. stores, and one is a supercenter, which provides a full line of groceries. A discount store provides limited groceries, a few aisles worth, usually not fresh meats and produce, that kind of thing. And then they have a new format called a neighborhood market, which is a full line grocery store, and that's also included in the 2009 numbers, which is one reason you've seen a big jump.
Before we go any farther, I got a question for the city attorney. Under what part of the agenda are we operating under right now?
The staff is just providing response to questions that were raised during the hearing.
Well, it sounds to me like we're using this time to rebut everything that Mr. Copper got up and spoke about during his rebuttal. Every comment that we've heard so far has been a direct reference to the comments that he made under his rebuttal. And I would hope that we're not allowing just a free amount of time right now outside of the 5 minutes that were allocated to Walmart stores to basically dissect and disrespect the information that Mr. Copper brought before the City Council.
The people that you're hearing from right now are people that are under retainer to the city, and they are working for the city, and they are attempting to provide some response in the record this evening to the documents that were delivered at the start of Mr. Copper's testimony, so that there's some evidence for the council to consider in response to that information.
But we don't have it listed anywhere on the agenda that city staff consultants are going to rebut the testimony of either of the appellants. So why are we proceeding forward like this?
This is I don't think that there's anything going on here that's out of the ordinary. It is staff providing information. There was documents delivered to the council earlier this evening, and staff is attempting to provide a preliminary response to that information this evening. If the council does not desire to hear that information, then it's certainly within your discretion to stop the delivery of this information and move to deliberation.
Let me propose
I'm fine with allowing the information to be presented, but I think Mr. Copper deserves the opportunity to rebut some of the facts that are being thrown out by both of the consultants.
Okay. Let's get that response. It's 10:45 per our guidelines. We have to call for a vote to continue the meeting, which I know we will after 11, but okay. So, pleasure of council. Do you want to get information, or do you want to just pass it and then we can go in and ask questions?
I'd like to have our staff present the information they think we need to hear.
And I agree,
Okay.
because we've gotten this whole stack of information here tonight. And so I would like to hear all that I can without trying to read this in the next 5-10 minutes. I'm wanting to go ahead.
I have no problem with hearing staff's responses, but at the same time, I think Mr. Koppel's entitled to respond to that because it just seems like it's being one-sided, and I don't think that would be fair to him.
Mr. Mayor, I'd recommend that you take two separate motions on it. First, a motion regarding whether or not you want to proceed to have staff provide information responding to the information provided by Mr. Copper this evening.
Mm-hmm.
And then a second motion at the conclusion of that would be whether or not the council desires to reopen public hearing in order to allow Mr. Copper or the other appellant, Walmart, an opportunity to provide further rebuttal testimony.
Which we were not planning on doing tonight. But anyway, I'll rely on council. So,
So I'll first move that we allow staff to present the information they feel we need to hear this evening.
And I'll second the motion.
motion been made and seconded. Roll call vote.
Councilmember Payne? Vice Mayor Payne?
Aye.
Councilmember Clare?
Aye.
Councilmember Haynes?
Aye.
Councilmember Meredith?
Aye.
Mayor Shelton?
Aye. Second motion. Second comment you had.
Well, the second motion you can either take now or at the conclusion of staff's testimony is whether or not the council desires to reopen public hearing to allow Mr. Copper and or Walmart, depending upon what motion you desire to make, to provide further rebuttal testimony.
Our recommendation is we take it one at a time. Council?
Yeah, I agree. Let's finish the first part.
Okay, sure. Is that fine with you guys?
Sure.
Okay. All right.
Okay, I'm almost done as well.
Hold on.
Okay.
I have to ask for a motion now.
Sorry.
while I've already interrupted you. It's per our city council procedure guidelines. If we go past 11 o'clock, we just have to call for a vote. So is there a motion on the floor to continue the council meeting?
So moved.
11?
I'll second.
And double seconded. Call for the vote.
Aye.
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 Aye. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Number 5 of the King study, there's a letter attached from the Galt supermarket owner indicating that his store will close if the supercenter is built. I can't comment on that, but that's included in the letter, and I wanted to reference that. We did estimate store impacts. I think I mentioned earlier the $6.5 million. We used an estimate of what supportable space that translates to based on an average sale for a supermarket. Translates to about 12,000 square feet of 12,750, I believe, of impacted space. So at a snapshot in time of 2011, that's our estimate of it. Other places in the King letter, he references that the Galt supermarket is 18,000 square feet. So there may be other factors. It is a possibility that that store could close. The last element, he says the EIR ignores potential urban decay impacts in the secondary trade area. I wanted to amend my response earlier about the width of that area. I looked at the map in the meantime. It is about 27 miles wide at the top, 23 at the bottom, versus I suggested 40 before. We define that based on a drive time area as opposed to a mileage area. Question?
No,
Okay.
I'm listening.
So he cites a couple of locations in the secondary trade area which he believes are susceptible to urban decay. I'd need to identify whether those are food stores where we think the impacts are going to be. I don't think that they are, but it's possible that they are. Okay.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Next, I'd like to have Mr. Luke Saxelberry from Brennan Associates address some issues associated with noise.
Good evening again. I've been asked to respond to a comment letter from the Acoustics and Vibration group that I received this evening. Most of the comments really have to do with kind of a differing opinions on methodology, but I do want to touch on a few of the new issues that have been raised. So I'm going to go through this letter. I apologize, it's 19 pages long, but I will just try to touch on some of the more notable points. Page 2 of the study talks about needing to do traffic counts during sound measurements based on Caltrans recommendations. I do not believe that's required. This is not a Caltrans funded project. Also on page 2, second paragraph, letter mentions that the FHWA model is not accurate for speeds less than 31 miles per hour. I believe most of the modeling we did on off-site streets had speeds of at least 30 miles an hour or greater. I do not believe this would be a significant change in our analysis. We did not use the FHWA model for predicting truck noise on site. So this comment really addresses off-site noise. I do not believe this would have a significant change or effect on the project. Paragraph 3 discusses truck mixes, and the fact that we used some truck mixes has to do with the percent of trucks on roadways. Some of the numbers we used varied from those in the general plan. Again, this is for off-site noise, and when we're doing this, we're looking at the change in overall noise levels that the project could have, and whether we used 2% or 3% in trucks, the overall change in the project is going to be the same, as long as we were consistent in that percentage of the trucks that we assumed. So again, I don't believe that that would have a significant effect in the conclusions of the EIR. Page 3, items A and B talk about different descriptors that we could use or should be using. We used the LEQ standard, the LDN standard, and the SEL descriptor. These are all in the general plan. The SEL is a widely accepted standard for assessing noise impacts, especially for sleep disturbance and also for single events such as truck pass-bys. I believe we've used the appropriate descriptors in our report. Item 4, there's a disagreement or a misunderstanding, excuse me, on my part about what state guidelines are referred to regarding collection of 1/3 octave bands noise level data. Excuse me. We did collect data with 1/3 octave band sound equipment. I'm not sure what the commenter is referring to specifically. Item 5 mentions that the A-weighting network, it may not be the appropriate sound weighting network to use for describing noise levels. I believe that is incorrect. We've seen this comment before from the author of this letter, and the A weighting network is a standard for throughout California and by the city of Galt. The B weighting and C weighting network I don't believe are appropriate. Page 4 mentions we did not provide noise levels in a linear sound level. I don't believe that would be required. Item 6, again, I'd state that the LEQ and the LDN are the appropriate descriptors to use for assessing noise impacts for this project. These are in the general plan noise element per the city's general plan. I believe they're the appropriate descriptors. We also use SEL for assessing potential for sleep disturbance. Item 7 talks about interior disturbance for televisions, radio, and other activities that was not addressed. We did address this comment in response to comments A-45, item 3. We concluded it would be less than significant. Item 8, I don't believe that is required by CEQA or by the city to assess psychological effects of noise sources from the proposed project. Same for item 9. I don't believe that's required for this type of project. Item 10 talks about the threshold of significance that we use. We concluded that a 1 dB is less than the project's 3 dB threshold of significance. City uses 3 dB, a 3 dB increase in noise as a threshold of significance. I will disagree with the commenter that a 1 dB could be significant. Page 6, item B1, we provided background noise measurement data in the EIR. I do not believe we need to provide any more information. We also provided maps and GPS locations in the final response to comments on the EIR. Item 2, regarding sound tests, again, we've provided a lot of information on ambient noise level measurements. The items A through H that are being requested, I do not believe would be typical methodology for this type of analysis. Page 7, C, regarding existing traffic noise environment. I believe the ADT volumes that we use, which were based on a times 10 multiplier using the peak hour, I believe that's a widely accepted methodology. And again, it was used to assess the change in traffic noise levels, and I believe that's an accepted methodology. The change in noise levels for the project was less than 3 dB, and therefore the impact was less than significant. Commenter pretty much concurs with our regulatory setting. Page 9, item 3, the ordinance as listed here is pretty much identical to the general plan EIR, specifically the LEQ and LMAX, which are actually more restrictive than the ordinance, which is why the general plan noise element was used for assessing impacts. I appear to be missing pages there. Item 10, again, I disagree with the commenter's definition of tone. I believe that the California State Model Noise Control Ordinance clearly defines what a tone is, and throughout this comments, the commenter's asking that we look at other sources in terms of applying a tonal penalty, I don't believe is correct per the State Model Noise Control Ordinance. Item 5, sleep disturbance. We looked at sleep disturbance per ANSI methodology, which is recently adopted. I believe it's a good methodology. It's outlined in the draft EIR, and we talked about it in response to comments. I believe we've covered it. Item 6, criteria for acceptable vibration. It's mentioned that we did not look at the disturbance to people. We did look at potential for disturbance to people and harm to structures. I'm going to cover some of the other comments a little bit less detail because I think we've covered most of these. Again, I will disagree with the tonal comments throughout the rest of the pages. Page 10, item 5, sleep disturbance. We've used the ANSI methodology. I believe it's appropriate. Page 10, item 6, we've looked at annoyance and damage potential for construction vibration. One of the prevailing comments in here is regarding the heights of different noise sources. We have listed the heights of different noise sources. You can find that information in the appendices. We've also listed the center frequency that we assumed for the different noise sources. We believe those are appropriate. Those are based on field measurements. We've assumed heights for trucks anywhere between 8 to 10 feet. I realize the commenter has mentioned here that you can have exhaust pipes on trucks that may be higher than 10 feet. We realize that. But noise from trucks is not only coming from exhaust pipes, it's also coming from the engines. So really, it's coming somewhere between 8 and 10 feet. It's not coming all the way up from the top at the exhaust pipe. Construction-related noise impacts are mentioned in here. We have specified mitigation for construction noise impacts. I believe that's MM 5.51 D and E. Correct me if I'm wrong. And that's about all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you.
You dropped the sheet on the floor.
Yes, thank you.
One more.
No, I was going to address a couple of issues regarding loading and parking, I believe. Sure. There was a couple of questions. And I don't recall who the gentleman was, but someone was speaking about the way we calculated the parking for the project. And I think by way of example, I'd like to explain why we do it the way we do it. If you take Tractor Supply, they have a large outdoor storage area, and then they have the retail center. I think what was suggested is that you would look at the full footprint of the development, including the outside storage, and use that as a basis in calculating the amount of outdoor parking or on-site parking that would be required. Well, we look at the component parts. We look at what is retail, what is storage, and then go to the code and look and see what portion or percentage is of each type of use. This was the same thing that we did on the Walmart project. And secondarily, in accordance with our own definitions, Walmart does not meet the definition of a shopping center. It is a standalone structure, standalone business. The definition for a shopping center talks about a group of buildings either owned or developed simultaneously under same or common ownership or management. And that standard is at 4.5, as the gentleman spoke, 4.5 spaces per thousand. But when you look at retail stores, it is 4 per thousand. For supermarkets, which we looked at that component part, which was supermarket, it is 4 per thousand. We looked at the nursery, and it's 1 per 500. So I believe that the numbers that he stated was correct. However, it is consistent with what the city's zoning ordinance requires. With regard to loading and unloading, he indicated that he believed that there were going to be 7 loading and unloading spaces required, and there are only 4 provided. According to the code, the parking spaces or the loading and unloading zones are required to be 10 feet by 35 feet. The 4 that are provided are approximately, I think, 18 to 20 feet in width and approximately 50 feet in length. When you take the loading area along the adjacent backside of the building, you could accommodate easily probably 5 or 6 additional. So clearly that meets that standard. And the code says that for loading and unloading, it is to be immediately adjacent to the building, and it meets all of their other requirements. So staff did follow precisely what the code says, and it does meet those standards for loading and unloading. With regard to comments made by Jude Lamar regarding the Swainson Hawk, there's 2 sections in the EIR that deal with the Swainson Hawk and also raptors in general. Raptors in general, and a Swainson Hawk is considered a raptor. She was concerned about nesting sites within a quarter mile and so forth. There are specific standards or specific mitigation measures. 5.0-1B talks about the breeding season. If construction occurs during the breeding season, which is March to August, you have to have, prior to construction, an on-site biologist do an evaluation to survey the area to see if there are nests within the zone. And the City Council is well aware of this. We dealt with this on the C Street project. That was the same condition, the same implementation measure that Fish and Game had us do on our project. And then it goes on to state that if there are sites or active nests found within a quarter mile, again, you have an on-site biologist, consults with Fish and Game. They determine how close and how often or how much work can proceed if there is, in order to avoid disturbing the nest. In addition, the modification to the mitigation measure that Ms. Lamar pointed out was precisely what Mr. Pachel's letter requested, that we obtain a letter of approval from Fish and Game with regard to the mitigation amount, and the endowment. That is, I believe, already implied in the condition or the mitigation measure, but we clarified that. Those are the only notes that I had off the top of my head. I don't know if there was any other questions that the council had at this time.
Council?
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, in light of the fact that staff just concluded about 40 minutes of additional testimony, I would like to recommend to the council that you reopen the public hearing to allow additional rebuttal testimony from the appellants for a specified period of time.
For a specified period of time?
At the council's discretion, say 5 minutes.
Thank you
5
for
minutes?
recommending that, Steve.
No, that's a good idea. 5 minutes?
5 minutes is
Sure.
good for me.
Sure. We will reopen.
Is this for Mr. Copper? Mr. Copper, would you like to come up? Okay. We can do that. Would a representative from Walmart like to come up?
If there's anything you'd like to say.
5 minutes.
Good evening again, Miriam Montesinos, Shepherd Mullen, on behalf of Walmart Stores. I won't take up the full 5 minutes. I won't take much more of your time. I appreciate the time that staff has taken to respond to all the comments submitted tonight. I know there was a lot of comments, a lot of late comments. We wish that they would have been submitted earlier so that they could have been done in writing, as is often the case, but given that they were submitted tonight, we appreciate the last-minute effort on staff's behalf. I don't have anything other than that to add. I think that they did a great job responding to all the comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to rebut. I appreciate that. I would like first to talk briefly about the economic issues. I think that you have enough experience to understand that using figures from 2006 when the study was updated in 2009, provides evidence that the correct figures were not used for the actual sales in the city of Galt of food items. And the reason the Board of Equalization has been updating the method that it uses to designate those institutions that provide food sales is because the old methods were inaccurate. That's why they're being updated. And so what Dr. King did was use the most recent data from 2009 and used the institutions that are designated for food sales and came up with the data that he has. And that data shows that the actual food sales in the city are much lower than reported in the economic study that was part of the EIR. Secondly, I never got an answer from the economic consultant about what type of Walmart this was. He said that the annual report defines a supercenter as a Walmart that has full service groceries such as fresh meats, fresh fruits, and vegetables. And it is my understanding that this Walmart will have fresh meats, fresh fruits, and vegetables, and will have a full-service grocery. And I think before you vote on this tonight, that you need to have a definitive answer to that question. I don't think that there's any limitation on the foods that this store is going to sell. It's going to be a full-service grocery, and that would meet the definition of a supercenter under Walmart's annual report. So I urge you to clarify that in some detail. I think that this is an extremely important issue. There was a tacit admission that at least one store might close by the economic consultants, the Galt Center. And if in fact Mr. King's data, which is much more current, is correct, then it's probably likely that there are going to be very major impacts, primarily on the other food stores in the city. The other issues of importance that I didn't hear an answer to that I think that you should be very concerned about is the fact that the widening of Fermoy will dramatically reduce the parking on the Walmart site. That is not taken into account in the counting of the spaces up to 531 spaces. That Fermoy will be widened as part of the mitigation measure, and there will be a substantial loss of parking. That wasn't answered. The other thing about that we heard about the loading docks, one thing that was missing is that the loading docks have to be of a certain height, and that is one of the requirements in the code. And so the loading docks that are basically places where vendors with bread trucks and ice cream trucks and things like that can unload to the pavement and take it into the side, the produce and groceries and other things into the side door do not meet the definition in the code for a loading dock. And so this store is in fact short of loading. And as you've heard from about the truck survey in Stockton and the other photos that you have, the demand for unloading at a Walmart store is very, very high. And this particular site plan does not provide. But I would like to draw your attention back to the noise. I think it was admitted that the height of the noise was used as 8 feet rather than a higher feet for purposes of calculating the measurements. A higher noise level would create more noise over those walls. There is no way this project is not going to have a significant impact on those people who live on the east side and directly on the south side. This is going to be a huge impact to them, and it does not meet the intent of the big box ordinance to protect the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. We will close the public hearing first. Now, this is the time for City Council to deliberate and take action, or actually start asking any questions or comments that you have. Andrew, I'll let you go first.
I had some questions for whoever the appointed representative is for the project applicant tonight for Walmart. Thank you. We've heard a lot of people that have spoken tonight about the benefits of creating jobs, and I think that's a really important benefit for what your project could do for the community. How many jobs out of those 300 do you think will originate from within the city of Galt?
I can't give you specifics. We do open up our hiring process. Obviously, we will advertise once we start the hiring process within the region, but we cannot hire just within one specific community.
What if it was a percentage of your workforce that had to be was required to be hired from within our community?
We believe in giving fair opportunities, and think it's not something that we normally restrict for a percentage coming from a specific community.
So there's no possible way that Walmart would agree to hire 50% of their 50% of those 300 from within our community?
That's not something that we've done in the past. I think sometimes that limits us on if we limit ourselves to 50%, there might not actually be 50% that qualify for the different positions that we're looking for to appropriately staff our store.
And we've got just about 21% unemployment here in the city of Galt, so any project that comes forward that has an opportunity to create over 100 jobs is really worth looking at, but if we're not given any guarantee that any of those jobs are going to even be generated from within the community.
Sorry to step in real quick.
Okay.
Mary Montesinos, legally, it's actually unconstitutional to make jobs be, a certain number of jobs be specific to one jurisdiction. So legally, Walmart cannot say we will hire 50% from Galt.
So there's no other jurisdictions that have ever
There are some jurisdictions
negotiated.
that do a certain, like they call first source hiring, for instance, which they say that we will set up a program where we speak with the residents first from that city and evaluate them first. And then if we can't fill all the slots, then we go outside of that. But legally, they cannot say we will definitely guarantee this percentage to be from a certain jurisdiction.
Okay, well, the example that you just used, would Walmart be willing to create a program like that in the city of Galt?
Absolutely. We've done that in other communities. We've worked with hiring centers, learning their process and how we can get the information out to the community. So we'd be open and willing to work with whoever, whatever organizations here in Galt that could provide those services.
What about the construction of your projects? Would you be willing to use local contractors to do the work, to build?
Walmart has an open bidding process, and so we would go out to bid through an open bidding process. We do look at a number of things through that process. We would determine through a competitive process which general contractor we would hire, and then I can tell you though that a lot of times the general contractor is local or from the region, and then those subcontractors that are hired normally are local. And just to add to the construction piece of the process, we believe in, saving money as we're building the store, and where possible we do buy supplies and provide different services locally.
Okay. What is the possibility of Walmart reducing their grocery space in the proposed project to less than 15%?
I think right now we've proposed a store that we feel like best serves our customers in the community. The proposed grocery section is actually approximately 25,000 square feet, so it's pretty small when you take the 133,000 square feet. So right now the proposed grocery for the space needed for our customers to navigate through the grocery area, we feel like that's probably the best size for our store.
What about the possibility of decreasing your overall floor space to less than 110,000 square feet? Same argument?
You know, I think we have really looked at all opportunities. We've analyzed a number of different things on the specific size of the store, and on any project we look at how we can best serve our customers, number one, and the market share. And we think that 133,000 square feet truly does serve this community. Another challenge is when we start limiting the size of our stores, we have seen that there's challenges based on our stores overshot, and the customers aren't getting the services they need because we've reduced the size of the store that essentially fits the market that we're in.
Okay. What about the possibility of Walmart stepping up to the plate and providing a little more contribution towards the roundabout project that, in my opinion, makes your project feasible from a traffic standpoint?
I can't speak directly to the roundabout and what is being worked on that, so I might give that information or hand that over to staff if there's specifics they want to address about that project. But I can tell you that, you know, we're providing services and we're working towards to build the best project possible for the community.
Have you done that in other communities, negotiated something where you provide a little bit more of a contribution to offset traffic costs, traffic impacts?
I think when it's directly related to our project, but this has not been part of the discussion up to this point.
So you don't think the roundabouts, in a roundabout way, pardon the expression, are somewhat tied to your project? Because traffic load that we have now is being handled badly, but we still get by.
And not being a traffic consultant, I think that Paul Miller city staff can probably address that a lot more accurately than I can, but my understanding from the traffic analysis that was conducted and all the research is that the roundabouts are needed regardless of this project, and that is part of the reason why they are on the city's capital improvement program, and that was not added on there because Walmart's coming along. That was added on there whether Walmart came along or not. So
we've acknowledged as a city council that there is something that needs to be done at Twin Cities Road. And I think we've all five acknowledged that the roundabouts are not the long-term solution.
Correct.
This is basically a project that we're funding that's going to have a lifespan of about 20 years. So all the long-term growth projections, they're really not going to benefit from the roundabouts. It's the projects that are going to take place within the next 20 years. And unless we see a humongous boom in commercial real estate investment in the next 20 years, your project is probably going to be one of the biggest. So,
and it will pay, but the way that the fees that were calculated for the project, it should be contributing its fair share based upon how much impact it is having. So that's taken into consideration. It's thinking, this is how many trips you're going to add. So we've calculated your fees kind of with that thought in mind. That thought process. And that's my understanding, but I think city staff can probably talk to that more.
But in other communities, have you done something where you actually contributed a little bit more money to help make a project like our roundabouts?
I think typically where those discussions occur is when the city asks for a development agreement, where then you have an exchange of negotiations where the city says, we give you these benefits. In exchange, you give us something in return. That was not something that was requested of this project.
Okay. Thank you.
Do you have any other questions? Was that it this time? Don?
I'm good.
Okay. Vice Mayor Payne, our council member. What's your name down there?
Daryl.
Claire. I think he's saying you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Let me just make some comments. We have been given a lot of information here tonight, and I would also add to what you see here, this council has had twice as much to go through and to read about this project. Given that we've been educated as best we can be, it seems like no matter what the issue is, there are always two sides, and they can both to some extent be correct, which even makes this whole process more difficult for us to know how to make a decision. I totally understand where the homeowners are coming from. They feel like they have been misled. So they have fears of what could happen. Whether it happens or not, I don't know. It might. I'm not saying that it won't. But at this point, they are fears, and I understand how that affects people. On the other hand, as a council person, my job is to look for what is best for the whole community and also look out for the individual as best we can as a city. And we have a staff that does a really good job to enforce the code. What I have heard since this whole Walmart issue has come about, well, first of all, it was going to be on Simmerhorn, and that was going to be great, but then it had to be moved because of the big box ordinance wouldn't pencil out for them to locate there. So they were willing to move to another location. They have changed hours. They have designed a store that's not like any I've seen of Walmart before. So the point I'm trying to make is I feel like this company, this business, and as an American, I believe in businesses. I believe this business is trying very hard to be a good neighbor, as well as the most important part to me is service the community that has said, ever since I've been on the council, they want to be able to shop at home. I've heard this battle cry for years. We want to be able to buy socks and bras in our hometown and not drive out of town. There are other considerations. As a member of SACOG, one of our concerns is polluting the air. Cars are one of the worst polluters. So the more we can keep people at home riding their bicycles or their power wheelchairs, the better we are as far as pollution is concerned. I took a look at how much of the property taxes will go towards education for this town, and I can tell you, even though I'm not on the school board, a big concern I have is about our schools and the education and the condition it's in now. So that is very important to me to see what a big chunk of this money will go towards our schools. Jobs, of course, are important, especially for our young people that maybe are not able to afford a car to drive out of town to get a job. And I'm sure there are other advantages. I really feel that if you have a good anchor store like this, you will attract the smaller businesses that people say they really want in this town. They want it to be more like a village. Well, I can tell you as a person that was a business owner here in town, that's hard to create unless you can keep the people at home. If they're going out of town to Walmart in Elk Grove or to Stockton, that's when they're going to buy most of their other things. So there are a lot of benefits, and I know we're all tired. So I'm just going to close by saying that I will be supportive of this project. I will also commit myself and our staff to try to enforce the code for the homeowners that will be having to live with this project if it so comes about. Those are my comments.
I've got quite a few, but I'm trying to go through them quickly. I've been trying to type notes as different people have spoken and the issues have come up. And before I get into those, first I do want to thank all of you who are here, all of you who aren't here, who send us emails, phone messages. As I said, often talk to me in aisle 4 of Rayleigh's at the applesauce sales area and so on. So, and I want to make sure I thank the staff for all the work you folks have done and the various folks who our staff has brought in to help advise us and give us information to make an informed decision. Chris, in particular, to you, the work you've done. Thanks for all that. As Barbara said, and I only brought a portion of the information we received, but I actually first received a letter on June 12th of 2002, so we're just shy of 8 years ago, the first time I got any kind of communication about what could be a proposed Walmart project. The second one I received was on December 20th, 2004, 2 years later, And then it just has continued since then. On April 21st, 2005, the Galt District Chamber of Commerce actually hosted a lunch to talk about Walmart and what would it mean to our community, what would it mean to the businesses. They subsequently did a survey, and quite frankly, we were shocked to find out the support some of the small businesses had for Walmart. And it was about a 50-50, and nobody thought it would be that. We thought 80% of local businesses would oppose Walmart coming here, and maybe 20%. And as Barbara said, as a local business person herself, the main reason they did wasn't so much, quite frankly, that they wanted Walmart here as competition. They wanted Walmart here to keep the Galt shoppers here. And they said, you know, if they go to Elk Grove to go to Walmart, then they're going to say, well, while I'm here, I might as well go by and do my dry cleaning and those types of things. But since this project has begun, that 50-50 we saw has pretty much been what I've observed anyway from the general community, just as we see what the growth issues in our town. So I guess it's probably not particularly unexpected. As we've moved forward, as we've gotten closer to this, what I haven't ever seen before is since the Planning Commission heard this project, we got almost as many emails just in that period since they've heard it as we did in the 7 years leading up to it. And the change was, at least unless people are getting different emails than I'm getting, the change was it went away from 50-50. We were getting more people coming out and saying we support the Walmart project since the Planning Commission has heard it. I don't know what word got out to the community or how the word got out, but we got a big influx of input and handwritten letters delivered to the city clerk and other things. That's unusual. Normally a project, and I've seen as much as 10 to 1, the opponents to a project, whatever it is, doesn't matter what the project is, tend to be more motivated than the people in favor of a project. The movie theater project that still hasn't been built, I hope it does someday, is a prime example. When that project was announced, as we would expect, the people closest to the project were the ones probably most vocal on how they felt about it, and most of the people living around it, as with the Walmart project, didn't want the movie theater there. They worried about traffic and lights and noise and crime and the same things you would expect to hear. I suppose if we built a hospital, you would expect to see about the same pattern. In fact, I lived in a place in Stockton that, much like some of the people, homeowners here, so I sympathize with you, no one thought where I lived, because the street ended 3 houses from me, would eventually get pushed through and an elementary school would be on one side and a convalescent home would be on the other. I like convalescent homes. People need a place to live. I like elementary schools. Quite frankly, I didn't want to live next to either one of them. That's what happened. So as this project's gone forward, it's been surprising to see the number of people in favor of it coming out since, as I say, the Planning Commission made their decision. To some of the concerns I've heard tonight, I guess one of the quickest ones, it isn't our jurisdiction, quite frankly, but Walmart pays their employees, whether they do or don't have health benefits. We don't impose that on Jack in the Box or McDonald's or Taco Bell or all those other businesses that are here in our community. We didn't impose it on the A&W or the Kentucky Fried Chicken and the Long John Silver. We were all very excited that they came here. I have no idea what they pay their employees. There was a gentleman here who spoke from Jack in the Box. I remember the letter I got from one lady. She was adamant and couldn't believe I approved the Jack in the Box because how low they paid their employees. But the gentleman who was here sounded like he was glad to have that job. So it's just not something we have jurisdiction over. Some of the other things, one of my first jobs was as a retail clerk, thrifty drugstores. 5 years I was in the union for that. And I was glad to have that job. And I don't know what we were paid compared to other people at that time. But again, no one imposed that on one of my first jobs. They just got a right to operate. People around us had similar things. As far as beginning jobs, most of the kids I worked with were like me. We were in junior college at the time. The wrong location. Walmart's asked to do a legal operation in a place that's zoned for the exact kind of operation they're going to do. Again, if you live next to it, I fully understand the concerns over that, but I have heard the mitigation efforts they've put forth. To Mr. Copper, you probably don't know, but I work in acoustic signature for submarines and naval ships, and be glad to give you some recommendations and other people on noise abatement, whether it's high or low frequency. Those can be dealt with materials, and I'm sure Walmart's aware that there are products out there to deal with those things. But I will say that I'd have rather seen them at the Simmerhorn location if that project could have gone forth. But I've also been aware that some people put some pressure to move them away from there. And so it's kind of ironic that we complain where they ended up. To their hours, the same thing. I think they've looked at reducing their hours significantly. And I would say to some folks, and I'll say I think Jude Lamar has left, but sort of to the professional don't do things people, I think you hurt your credibility when people compromise to the things you ask them to do and then you still object to their project when they do it. Just as tonight they sounded like they're going to give up an acre to an acre on Swenson Hawk mitigation. I would hope that would be acknowledged and people would be happy about it. Some of my experience, quite frankly, with Jude and some of her group is that after you meet what they want, then they still object to it. And I would suggest to them they are losing credibility in the region by taking that tactic, and I think it might help them to rethink that. The parking, Andrew mentioned about his concerns on Black Friday parking. I don't want parking problems, but I think all of us, we've talked about our general plan and the need for everything. We certainly hope you and anyone else who has a retail project in our city fills up your parking lots. That's what we're doing it. There's a little business the city runs across the street. We've been worried that we aren't filling up those parking lots enough. And but when the Strawberry Festival pushes people out on the Highway 99, we don't want safety issues. Again, we're glad that people are coming to our community. And so I was going to close with the operation across the street, our Galt Market. It has been a mixed blessing as long as I've known, and it has every single problem that Walmart's facing and that people around it are concerned about. People around the market don't like the noise, don't like the traffic, don't like litter, crime, anything else that's been perceived to be associated with it. But we've managed as a city to balance the pros and cons of that market, and every person on this city council has touted how important and critical that is to us. I've actually opposed capital investments in some of the things that have been done, but others have supported hundreds of thousands of dollars recently, not to get rid of the market, but to expand it and to find a way to bring more traffic here and more noise that the traffic brings and everything else. I mean, we're making efforts to do that. Without it, we'd lose millions of dollars for the Parks and Recreation program. And as a community, we have decided, not just this council, every council I think before this council, that the problems that come with that, because there are worth the benefits it brings to our community. And I don't think they're offering health benefits over there, and I don't think they're offering high-paying jobs over there. And you know what? It's none of our business. I think the more government starts trying to tell businesses how to run themselves, I think government needs to worry about how they run themselves. I don't see a lot of good examples out there. Our federal government is failing financially. They can't run Social Security. They can't run the post office. Our state is failing. They can't run the DMV and others. They're all bankrupt. And our county is in the same situation, and our city's struggling. So I am not in favor of any government telling private business how to run itself or telling you, the citizens, where you ought to shop. I think you guys can figure that out pretty well yourself. And I assume there's a reason there's as many Walmarts in the United States of America as there are. And I assume there's a reason the millions of people shop there. And it's not a government's business. If you want to stop shopping there, don't go there. If you all want to start, that's fine. So with those comments, I just recently finished my term as the Vice Chair of the Air Quality District. I've just finished my term as the Vice Chair of SACOG. I've been the Chair of the Transportation Committee. I'm satisfied with what we are asked to look at here tonight, which are mitigating measures to those items. I think there's work that will be done by our staff, as they should, if this project's approved. I hope our staff gets as much out of you folks at Walmart as possible. As Andrew said, if we can get $2 more out of you for traffic mitigation, great. I mean, that's their job. But I think you've met your legal obligations to come before us and to answer the things that people have asked of your project. I assume anyway from Mr. Copper's comments that he disagrees with that. And we'll see what the council wants to do with the items. The items we have before us are twofold, and hopefully we can take them as appropriate and wait for any other comments.
Okay. I have a couple items. I would like to continue to call our community home, and I will. It would be nice to be able to shop locally and possibly even work locally. The city would be seeing an increase in sales, tax revenue, support for local law enforcement through Measure R monies, and additional revenue through impact fees. I believe I have listened to the community as a whole. Through your emails, your phone calls, Save Mart, Rayleigh's, and the grocery stores, I've listened to business owners, their comments, the one-on-one discussions with our residents throughout the community, and they were good ones, and I listened. The decisions I make are not what is best for me, and it's not what I want. I must first and foremost make sound decisions that are best for the community of Galt. I must always look for the future of our city and the needs that will support all of us for the coming years. Based on the information that I have received, and as other council members have said, it's been piles of it, I will support this project. If there's no other further comments or questions, I'll ask for a motion.
Are we going to get a chance to talk?
I'm sorry. You asked something earlier, and that's what I thought we were doing. Well, when we started on that side.
Okay. Go ahead. Permitted to speak?
Sure.
I don't want to interrupt anybody.
You know, this has been an issue for quite some time, and I know everybody's divided on this issue, and I know there's a lot of passion out there. And I know that everybody wants to be able to buy locally and spend their money here, and I agree 100% on that issue because that's exactly what we need. But Galt isn't going to live or die off of Walmart, whether they come in or they don't come in, because the reality is we have a very, very bright future in light of our current general plan and the expansion of our sphere of influence. We've put plenty of land aside for retail, commercial businesses. So, and I believe, in my opinion, that we're in a very strategic location off of 99 where we've got a lot of potential, and I think when the time comes, a lot of businesses will come to us. So I don't think that, you know, we have to jump out and grab any business that comes our way. But I will say, I do have to say to Walmart that they've done an outstanding job in reaching out to the community and answering questions, because I have gotten some positive feedback from people who said that, you know, you've contacted them, and you've answered questions if they had it, and I think that's outstanding because that's very rare. I think our staff has done a great job as far as accumulating information and sharing it with us and answering questions. There's been a lot of questions for most of us, and I especially think that the community who came up and spoke today, they articulated themselves quite well, and I was very, very impressed by the fact that so many of you had gone out, educated yourself, really studied the issues, and came up here with some good, solid responses, and I think that's essential, and I think that's important part of the process right there. When it comes down to the project here, there's just been so many issues that were discussed tonight. I really couldn't touch on every one of them, so I'm going to highlight just a few of those that I find to be most important. But before I get there, I want to back up a little bit, and I want to talk about the revenue potential of Walmart, because I think it is important that we understand that revenue is important to us, and we would like Walmart to come here to Galt, because I think, regardless of everybody who spoke here tonight, I really don't think we heard any real opposition to Walmart coming to Galt. I think it really comes down simply to the location, and that's where people's concerns were. But on the revenue side of it, I think it would be very beneficial to the community for us to have it. We were talking about Measure R revenue that would come in on that. And I spearheaded that measure myself. I spent 2 years and hundreds of hours, invested my time into that Measure R to get it passed for us to have more police officers on the streets. So if that Walmart passes tonight, that's the benefit we'll be getting, and that's something I would be appreciative of. But at the same time, I still have to step aside and I have to look at the benefits and the pros and the cons and the impact that it's going to be on the community as a whole. And what it comes down to me is simply it's about smart growth. And we hear a lot about smart growth over the years, and one of the reasons I ran was because my interpretation of smart growth was a little different than what I saw on previous councils. In my opinion, smart growth is putting the right businesses in the right place. One example of this is when we came in, one of the big issues when I came in the council was we had a transfer station going in on the west side. And I had researched it and I looked at it, and we fought against it. And we won on that in that case because the impact it would be on those people that lived in that area, especially those seniors that lived in the area. I find some similarities here on the east side where we have a large senior population and the impact that I see that it's going to have on a large number of people. And I think this is where I have a difference of opinion than some of the others, because when I look at it, I would have to say that I don't, my biggest concern is the circulation and the traffic. And another issue I have is with the parking and the parking overflow. And I really feel that the amount of traffic that it's going to draw, I really don't think that we've really effectively mitigated for those problems. I really think that we're going to see a lot more traffic coming through there on Fermoy. What concerns me more importantly too, or as equally as important, is that the impact it's going to have on the businesses around it. Because coming out of Walmart, they can only make a right, and because of the amount of traffic that's going to be coming out of there and making that right and heading north, I think it's going to make it that much more difficult for anybody coming out of Raley's making a left. That's going to add more traffic heading southbound on Fermoy and the rest of the streets. So I think it's realistic to say that that area is going to be heavily impacted through Lake Canyon and the rest of that area, as well as the frontage road. So I really don't think that we've, again, like I said, effectively mitigated for those problems. And we are years away from being able to resolve that. So that's one of the issues that I have. I can't agree with it. The on-ramp of 99 heading south, we can't, even with those turnarounds, the roundabouts there, I just don't think that the traffic getting on and off the freeways is going to be as easy as we think it will be. But getting back to the parking, the overflow, especially during the holiday season, I've been to many of the Walmarts and I've seen the effects. You don't have any overflow traffic parking, and that tells me that those people are going to have to park somewhere else. And when I go into the Raley's parking lot, more often than not, that place is pretty packed. There's very limited parking over there, more times than not. So they're going to have to park somewhere. And if they're parking over on Raley's, then that means the businesses in Raley's may not be getting the business that they deserve. In addition to it, I think we're going to find that people will be parking on the streets of Fermoy and the residential area around there. I think that's a big impact on those citizens. And I think it's an unfair impact, and I don't think it's right that they should have to deal with that. This is just, I know it's a sensitive issue, and I know that a lot of people are divided on it. My issues are simply with the circulation. It's with the parking. I don't think we've met those requirements, in my opinion. And I think that we need to be a little bit more, we need to be looking out into the future and being a little bit more practical about how we do our planning. To me, this project is too big for the location. It belongs in a larger lot. And to me, a big box like this, if you will, it really needs to be in a larger strip mall where it draws more businesses, which would be more beneficial to us, which would create more jobs. But in a small lot like this one, I don't know how you're going to get other businesses to come in because there's no place for them to go in that immediate area. So I think we're really limiting ourselves by doing that. So I think it has a lot of potential, just not in this location. And I can't agree with the project. I wish I could help you on that, but I think there's other locations I hope you'll reconsider. I think it'd be to your benefit and ours if you were at a much larger lot. And I think that you would bring us a lot more business, and I think you'd increase the amount of employment we need in this community by placing it in a larger lot strip mall. And that's basically all I have.
Any other comments?
Sure, thank you. I've lived in this community since I was in 5th grade. That's 20 years ago. It's been a long time. My mom went to school here. My father, one of my grandmothers, both of my grandfathers are buried at our local cemetery. This community means a whole lot to me. When I came back from Iraq in 2005, I was really disappointed about the fact that we were talking about building another 7,000 houses on the far northern part of our community. And my wife and I, we had serious discussions about moving away, because when we got married and decided to stay here, we didn't do that because we wanted to live in a big, sprawling community. We did it because we liked living in a small community with a good quality of life. And that's why we've stayed here. Instead of moving away in 2005, I ran for city council and did my best to make sure that those irresponsible growth plans didn't take place. What we're facing right now as a country is a huge economic recession. It happens very rarely in our lifetimes, but we're experiencing one right now. And when these types of recessions take place, the sharks start circling and looking for blood. And they're doing it all over the country right now. And what we have a fundamental responsibility to do as a city council is to make sure when people come into our community and want to move forward with a project like this, is that we negotiate the best possible deal for the residents of this city. And what we're presented with tonight is the very first proposal that's brought before the city council. And it's sounding like we're just going to take it. We're not going to negotiate. We're not going to demand that Walmart find a way to put our local workers to work. We're not going to demand that they contribute a little bit more to our interchange and to our roundabout so that the taxpayers of Galt don't have to foot some of that burden. We're not going to require that Walmart go out of their way to hire some of our local contractors who have a pretty hard time finding a job right now to do some of the work to build the project. We're not going to require any of that. We're just going to let Walmart come in here tonight and tell us, this is the project that we're going to build. If you don't like it, we're going to hit the road. That's not how negotiations take place. Does anybody in here honestly believe that if this project got turned down tonight, Walmart would walk away? They know that we're an underserviced community. There is demand for retail goods in this community. There absolutely is. If we denied this proposal tonight, based on the location, Walmart would find another location in this community. They might tell you that they're not going to find another location, but I assure you, they know that there's business potential in this community. They know that there's profit to be made. They'll go out there, they'll find a location to make that profit. So why is it a smart idea tonight to just take the very first proposal that Walmart brought forward? It doesn't make sense. We've got residents of our community that are going to have their quality of life affected because we want to take the very first project that's presented. We have traffic impacts that are going to be substantial, even if we put together the roundabout project on Twin Cities and the freeway. But still, we're going to move forward with the project. We have a pretty good idea that because of the location that it's in, on the farthest northern portion of our community, we will be giving away any possibility in the future of creating a viable downtown district. Does anybody honestly think on the city council that with Walmart on the far northern part of our city that we're going to be able to lure businesses into our downtown district? It's not going to happen. We're going to become the same rubber stamp community that you see all over up and down Highway 99. The community that jumped at the first opportunity at a wad of money and sold their community character to take it. And as a city council member that has always stood for fighting for quality of life, I am not willing to make that decision tonight. I say we go back to the negotiating table with Walmart. We try to come up with a viable project that does not create all of the problems that we've talked about tonight, and we do so in a timely manner, but we don't jump at this opportunity just because it's the first one that's thrown on our lap. And that's all I've got.
Okay. Like a comment?
Yeah, just briefly, I wonder how many people know the last project that was proposed for that. Anybody know who before Walmart was going to build on that piece of dirt? Home Depot. You know what they did? They went away. We negotiated with them. They didn't even get this far. They said, nope, not right for us, and that's exactly what they did. They went away.
So,
and if
because the home improvement store didn't see market potential in our community, that means that Walmart's going to walk away too. Well, I agree that there's probably not a lot of contractors in the city of Galt that are looking to buy lumber and buy bricks on a daily basis at a Home Depot, but the community of Galt is going out and finding shopping locations outside of town, and Walmart knows that. They're not going to walk away from the city. Smoke and mirrors, that's what it is. They want you to believe that they're going to go away, but in honesty, it's all about profit. That's what Walmart exists for. Just like any business, they exist to make a profit, and there's profit to be made in Galt.
Okay, Darrell, were you through?
No, but that's
okay.
all right. Let Andrew finish. I didn't want to interrupt him.
Okay. Sorry, I just thought you both
Okay.
had something.
Well, since we're going to let me finish, I know Darrell brought up the way that our government is failing right now. It's true. Our government is having a very difficult time providing for the population. And the reason is companies like Walmart don't take care of their workers. There was a study done, I think it was in 2004, by the U.S. House Committee on Education and Job Creation. I might have the title of it wrong. But their study showed that Walmart costs the taxpayers of the United States $2.5 billion in public assistance that has to be provided to workers of Walmart that work under full-time job classifications. So back in the 60s when the economy was thriving, companies actually took care of the workers that work for them. Sadly, that doesn't happen with every company anymore.
Okay, Councilmember Clare.
Yeah, I just wanted to conclude by saying we've had a lot of businesses look at our city over the years. I've only been doing this for 8 years, so we've seen a lot. Only a few ever make the final decision to come here. This isn't the first look we've had at Walmart. I think I told you all I've been looking at it for 8 years. Our staff's been working with them for years, and I know there's been a lot of negotiations. And there's going to be things to be negotiated before this is finalized if this project gets the go-ahead, just as the Rayleigh Shopping Center was. There was a lot of work done on that up until the very moment that operation opened and the subsequent stores that have followed it. So I do appreciate the work our staff's done. I appreciate Walmart's willingness. As I said earlier, they've been asked to make a lot of changes, and they've done those. And it's just unfortunate that then you get beat up for working with people. So with that, I would like to make a motion, and I'll turn to the city attorney how this should best be done. We have 2 appeals before us. Should they be handled separately or jointly?
You should handle them separately, and staff has prepared 3 resolutions for your consideration.
Right.
The first resolution that I would recommend that the council consider deals with the appeal of the Galt citizens for sensible planning. And that resolution, attachment 1 to staff report dealing with that appeal, is entitled Resolution of the City Council of the City of Galt denying the Galt citizens for sensible planning appeal of the Galt Planning Commission decision to certify the Galt Walmart EIR and approve the project conditional use permit for the Walmart project. So I'd recommend you consider that resolution first.
Okay, and I have that before me, and since you've already read that in title, I will move that the council deny that item as approved or as recommended by our staff.
I'll second that motion.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? Not. Roll call vote, please.
Vice Mayor Payne?
Aye.
Councilmember Clare?
Aye.
Councilmember Haynes?
No.
Councilmember Meredith?
No.
Mayor Shelton?
Yes.
And the second item?
Okay, the second item would be to consider the resolution regarding the certification of the final impact report. And that was also that was an attachment one to the first staff report. And the only modification that you may want to consider to that resolution this evening would be to add the revised mitigation measure 5.0-3, which Kurt discussed earlier this evening, relating to the Swainson's Hawk. And the modifications to that revised mitigation measure clarified that the habitat would be replaced in the amount of 11.26 acres, and added a sentence that said the project proponent shall submit a letter of approval from CDFG for the mitigation program for Swainson's Hawk impacts to the City of Galt prior to the issuance of grading permits. So if the council desires to move on that resolution with that mitigation measure, the recommended motion would be moved to adopt the resolution of the City Council of the City of Galt certifying the environmental impact report and adopting findings concerning the significant impacts, mitigations and alternatives, statement of overriding considerations, and a mitigation monitoring and reporting program for the Walmart project with the amendment to mitigation measure 5.0-3 as read.
All right. I will so move staff's recommendation with the inclusion of the mitigation measure you just read to us.
And I will second that motion.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? None? Call for the roll call vote, please.
Vice Mayor Payne?
Aye.
Councilmember Clare?
Aye.
Councilmember Haynes?
No.
Councilmember Meredith?
No.
Mayor Shelton?
Aye.
Okay, and then the last resolution for your consideration this evening, which is attachment 2, is a resolution that accomplishes several things. First, it would grant the appeal of the Planning Commission decision as submitted by Walmart. It would then approve the conditional use permit, determine consistency with the big box ordinance, and grant the appeal of the notice of decision on the site plan for the Walmart project. The conditions that are attached to this resolution would provide that the hours of operation for the store would be 5 a.m. to 12 midnight. There was a mitigation measure included by the Planning Commission relating to a possible reduction in the wall height depending upon the outcome of a sound survey, and the Planning Commission also added a condition pertaining to the lighted crosswalk. So this action on this resolution would maintain those two conditions and restore hours of operation as originally proposed by staff.
Okay. I will move that item as well as just read by our city attorney.
And I will second the motion.
Motion's been made and seconded. No further discussion. Call for a roll call vote, please.
Vice Mayor Payne?
Aye.
Councilmember Clare?
Aye.
Councilmember Haynes?
No.
Councilmember Meredith?
No.
Mayor Shelton?
Aye. Okay. We're done with that agenda item. We still have a few things to do tonight. Regular calendar, communication. If there are none, we will adjourn to the redevelopment agency. Roll call, please.
Okay, board members Payne?
Here.
Clare?
Here.
Haynes? Oh, Meredith?
Here.
Shelton?
Here. Public comment?
I have no speaker sheet.
Okay. Informational consent agenda items. We actually have 3. Could you read those very quickly?
Yes. 3 items. Item number 1, approval of the minutes of the meeting of April 6, 2010. Number 2, approval of the redevelopment agency warrants. And number 3, a resolution making certain findings related to the redevelopment agency of the City of Galt and providing authorization for the agency to make the supplemental educational revenue augmentation fund contribution for fiscal year 2009-2010 in the amount of $1,129,318 pursuant to Health and Safety Code Section 33690 and 33691.
If I could just interrupt you folks, if you could just bear with us. We have a few minutes. We still have a meeting going on. Thank you. Is there a motion?
Move to approve the consent calendar.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? None? Call for the vote.
Actually, we'll do this roll call. Vice Mayor Payne?
Aye.
Councilmember Claire?
Aye.
Councilmember Haynes? Councilmember Meredith?
Aye.
Mayor Shelton?
Aye. We will adjourn and reconvene to the Galt City Council. City Clerk's report.
Just a couple quick items. Thanks to Parks and Rec and Boyce Jeffries helping set up for tonight. The Shredded event, Household Hazardous Waste event was last Saturday. Jennifer Cannell coordinated the Household Hazardous Waste, which was very successful. The Shredded event was very successful. We doubled what we did last year. Just a couple reminders. April 28th is the Measure Our Oversight Committee meeting in the Pachetti Room at the Police Department at 6 p.m. May 3rd, the Galt City Council Youth Committee, and that takes us to our next City Council meeting of May 4th.
Okay, thank you. Comments by staff?
I have none.
Have none? None? Okay. Comments by City Council members? Start out with Vice Mayor Payne.
I have no comments.
No comments. Councilmember Claire?
Nope.
Councilmember Haynes? Councilmember Meredith?
Nope.
Nope. Well, I want to thank all of you for attending tonight, and I just want to let you know that, you're invited to any and all of our council meetings. Okay? Just don't have to wait for one big item, okay? I appreciate that. And with that said, we will adjourn at, actually, I guess it's Tuesday morning, right? I have 12:05 a.m. Good night, everyone, or good morning.
What time did you say, Randy?